the course of a long season, there are plenty of important moments. There's a drive, deep left center. Cubs win. They win it. Ramirez, two-run shot. Oh, baby. Can you believe it? At that moment, the Cubs were sending a message to the Brewers. This is going to be our division, and you can't have it. Well, a future Cubs All-Star heading out to Wrigley Field tonight to see a current All-Star as Alfonso Soriano is back in the lineup and couldn't have picked a better time. A huge series coming up. The wind blowing straight out on a hot night as the Cubs host the second-place Milwaukee Brewers. As we check in on the central standings, right now the Cubs lead in the division is a game and a half on Milwaukee. The Cardinals 2 back, the Reds surging, but still a distant 6.5 out. And welcome to Cubs baseball tonight here on Comcast Sportsnet. Bob Brenly and Len Casper. The Cubs hopefully enjoyed their off day yesterday. 24 games in the next 23 days. And boy, no better way to start it than against Milwaukee.
Well, this is the way you like to come back after an off day. Hopefully the guys have recharged their batteries and can start playing some winning baseball again.
Let's hear from Mark DeRosa on the importance of this series.
I understand what's at stake. I woke up thinking about it all day. Couldn't wait to get to the park. Got many a call from friends, family, asking me if I understood what this series was about, trying to fire me up. So, yeah, we know what's at stake.
And Alfonso Soriano is back in the lineup. He's going to hit leadoff for Lou Piniella.
Well, and hopefully Alfonso Soriano will do what the Cubs expect him to do. Provide that instant offense out of the leadoff spot. We're going to get a look at the injury earlier this season, rounding second base, heading for third, using that speed, another element that he has. It remains to be seen how much Alfonso will be able to run coming back off the disabled list, but that's secondary to what he provides with that bat.
I think you're pretty much going to get everything from him except for maybe stolen bases and going first to third on occasion.
Yeah, the Cubs actually did a real good job without Soriano in the lineup. The 8-11 record, not great, but you take anybody else's best player out of their lineup, and they're going to struggle as well. So the fact the Cubs were only 3 under without him is actually pretty good.
Jeff Suppan for Milwaukee, and left-hander Rich Hill, who's been terrific his last 2 times out. He'll get it going when we come back.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Lucky you. Your local True Value has everything you need to take care of life's little surprises, and you'll get in and out fast. True Value. Help is just around the corner.
Replace it, repair it, restore it, enjoy it at K&K True Value Hardware, 18th and Grant Street in Bettendorf.
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night auction and 29-minute Vegas vacation giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today at ChevyDriveChicago.com. Walgreens, the pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. Your local area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Rico, how well do you print, copy, scan, fax? How well do you share? Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With more flights to more places than ever before, Southwest is taking low fares farther. Visit Southwest.com.
Welcome back to a scorching red-hot Wrigley Field. The wind blowing straight out. Balls were just flying out of here in batting practice. In fact, during pitchers' batting practice. So we'll see how it plays out tonight as we check in on the weather. 87, the heat index 92. I'll tell you, partner, it was over 100 in Phoenix, but it feels hotter here.
Feels a lot hotter here, and if the pitching coaches for the respective ball clubs had their wits about them today, they would not have allowed the pitchers to watch batting practice. Rich Hill's given up 24 on the season. He'll take the ball for the Cubs tonight. Needs to stay down.
Big welcome back to Alfonso Soriano. Got a huge hand when he headed out to the outfield. Now the Brewers Southwest starting lineup there. They've scored enough runs. Their problem's been pitching, especially starting pitching. Weeks, Hart, fielder at the top. Ryan Braun might be on his way to a Rookie of the Year award. Mensch in left, Hall in center. Johnny Estrada catches. J.J. Hardy bats eighth, and Jeff Suppan ninth.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively. Brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano back in the lineup in left field. Jones in center. Floyd in right. Ramirez and Terrio on the left side. DeRosa and Lee on the right side. Jason Kendall doing the catching for left-hander Rich Hill.
And he is ready to work from that third base side of the rubber. And ball one to Ricky Weeks. We are underway. Not too many decisions for Rich Hill. He's had 11 no decisions and a 2.91 earned run average in those games.
2 runs or less in 6 of his last 8 starts. Rich Hill has actually thrown the ball really well lately. Just hasn't gotten a lot of offensive support.
Big swing and a miss by Weeks. Cubs just went 3-3 on their road trip. And probably the biggest issue for this club is scoring runs. We hope it's not an issue on what should be an offensive night tonight.
Yeah, we've kind of predicted wrong several times this year with the wind blowing out. We anticipate a high-scoring ball game, and it didn't necessarily come to fruition. But as we mentioned earlier, batting practice is any indication. The ball hawks should be busy, and they better back up a block or two.
And on the hands, it fouled off by Weeks.
We talked about it all the time coming in here as a visiting player or coach or manager. One of the first things you do when the bus pulls up to the ballpark is go up the first ramp and check those flags. Bad news for pitchers.
Just missed. Full count on Weeks. Three-two called, strike 3. Ricky Weeks did not like that call by the home plate umpire Rob Drake.
Good quality pitch on the 3-2 count. Good fastball at the knees on the outside corner. Good to see early from Rich Hill commanding that fastball and keeping it down around the knees.
Here's Corey Hart. Big swing and a miss. 92 on the fastball from Rich Hill.
Boy, Corey Hart is kind of one of those under the radar guys. I was talking to Lou Piniella and Larry Rothschild about him today. Obviously, when you face the Brewers, you're always concerned with Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun, the 2 guys that provide most of the thump in the middle of this Brewers order. But Corey Hart is a guy that's just quietly put together a real solid season. Not too many people talk about him when they mention the Brewers, but 18 homers and 54 RBIs and good numbers against the Cubs in 10 games this year.
Just inside and a little bit hotter on that fastball. 93.
Well, in keeping with the theme of 93, but it felt like 96.
Got him. Painted the inside part of the plate to get Hart.
Good start for Rich Hill. Not sure exactly what Corey Hart might have been looking for here. That's a four-seamer, belt high inside corner. That's a pitch that not only Corey Hart, but most of these offensive players for the Brewers come out of their shoes swinging at.
Prince Fielder with 2 outs. Deposited a few souvenirs into the seats during BP. The last time Rich faced the Milwaukee Brewers was here. It was June 29th. You saw the final swing of that game in the open as Aramis Ramirez hit the game-ending home run. But the Brewers scored 5 times in the first inning against Hill that day. Kept fouling off pitch after pitch. 37 foul balls in his 92 pitches, covering just 3 innings. But much different feel to this one. Crowd already in it. Swing and a miss. He fans the sign. They're already on their feet. Hopefully that'll happen a lot tonight. Soriano back off the DL with his first at bat. Stick around.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great models to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Right now, lease a Toyota Camry for just $199 a month. Get 0% APR on a luxurious Avalon, or get $2,000 cash back on a roomy Sienna minivan. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Shining is taking responsibility. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we know managing your health care can be overwhelming, and it's our job to help you meet the challenge. By guiding, supporting, and showing the way, we encourage you to gain control. Because we believe the best tool we can give you is the confidence to take charge. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, shining through.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Great start by Rich Hill. And we'll see how Jeff Suppan fares against this Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Great to see Soriano back at the top. Coming back from the quad injury, he missed 19 games. Terrio now second. Lee, Ramirez, Floyd, DeRosa at second. Jones, Kendall, and Hill rounding it out.
And here's how the Brewers will line up defensively behind Jeff Suppan tonight. Kevin Minch, Bill Hall, Corey Hart across the outfield. Ryan Braun, the rookie, at third base. J.J. Hardy at short. Ricky Weeks at second. Prince Fielder over at first. Veteran Johnny Estrada doing the catching for right-hander Jeff Suppan.
And he is ready to work. And a strike on Soriano. 11 consecutive winless starts for Jeff Suppan. He hasn't won since June 22nd. That was against Kansas City. 11 straight wins without 11 straight starts without a win since. Soriano back in the lineup for the first time in 3 weeks. Cubs went 8-11 while he was out. 2 strikes on him. Looks like Johnny Estrada painted his fingernails for this night game, so his battery mate can get a good look at the signs.
Either that or he went to a Marilyn Manson concert last night. Not sure.
He may have.
Yeah, little visibility problems as it starts to get dark here at Wrigley Field. There are some shadows and some areas where it's tough to see, and Johnny Estrada just wants to make sure his pitcher can see those fingers.
He wants it up. Soriano hits a ground ball to J.J. Hardy, who will fire across and get him. The roster move the Cubs made to make room for Soriano. They optioned left-handed reliever Carmen Pignatello to AAA Iowa. And in a separate roster move, catcher Coy Hill cleared waivers and was outrighted to Iowa. We'll probably see Pignatello back here on Saturday when the rosters expand on September 1st. We may see left-hander Will Ullman. Probably about a half dozen call-ups, as Lou mentioned in the pregame. And there were a lot more media members in that pregame session today with this huge homestand starting, and wasn't a whole lot of room to maneuver in the Cubs clubhouse around 4:30. So Terrio back in that second spot, hitting over 300 in the first and second spots. And he takes it low and outside.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any difference to Ryan Terrio where you hit him in the batting order. He's going to do the same things. He's going to try to work some deep counts. Going to battle with 2 strikes. Going to see a lot of pitches and ideally get on base and make something happen for this offense. You mentioned the last win for Jeff Suppan back on June 22nd in interleague play against the Royals. And actually, he didn't pitch very well in that ball game. 5 innings, gave up 5 runs and 9 hits.
Well, if you have to bottom line it as far as what's happened to Milwaukee and what's gone on with the Cubs this year, the Cubs have a more stable starting rotation. They've been able to throw the same 5 guys out there pretty much all year. Wade Miller went down early, but Sean Marshall grabbed that spot. Bouncer to Hardy again. And he'll make another play, 2 outs. Going into the season, Bob, the top 3 starters for Milwaukee were Ben Sheets, Chris Capuano, and Jeff Suppan. The last win among that bunch came on June 30th. Ben Sheets. That was 2 starts before he went on the disabled list with a finger injury. The speculation is that he will be back possibly tomorrow to come off the disabled list. But Chris Capuano, we talked about him, 16 consecutive starts without a win before he was pushed to the bullpen. His last victory was May 7th. I mean, if your top 3 starters don't win games, that puts too much pressure on everybody else.
Well, not only are they not winning ball games, but while they're not winning ball games, that's forcing Ned Yost to get into that bullpen early on almost a daily basis. That bullpen is really taxed.
And they're back to 500. Believe it or not. They began the year 24-10. They've gone 41-55 since. Excellent numbers for Lee against Milwaukee this year, hitting 400. 20 for 50. 7 doubles, a home run, 10 ribbies. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2 on Lee.
Kind of an odd little thing there by Jeff Suppan. Before he got his sign from Johnny Estrada for that pitch, you'll get another look at the swing and a miss on a fastball away. He stepped off the rubber and checked to see where Corey Hart was playing in right field. Now, if you're a hitter at the plate, that's a pretty good tip-off that you're going to get something away. If you've got a pitcher checking where his outfield defense is playing to the opposite field.
Well, Rob Drake with 3 called third strikes. A couple for Hill and 1 for Suppan. 0-0 after 1.
We're not going to make it.
Can you get us to the airport in 15 minutes?
Cheaper than a change fee if we miss our flight.
As with all airlines, it may cost more to rebook your flight, but on Southwest, we never charge an additional fee.
You are now free to move about the country.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell Down, choose 0 APR or $3,000 total customer cash on any 2007 Torrent. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Well, happy 64th birthday to Cubs manager Lou Piniella. Remember that old Beatles song? And let's see some other birthdays. August 28th. Darren Lewis, former Giant. Mike Torres, Ron Guidry, Charlie Grimm, 1896.
I have a pretty good idea of what Lou would like for his birthday today.
Starts with W.
Yes, it does.
Ryan Braun didn't even get called up until late May, and he's making a huge push for Rookie of the Year. Might get some MVP votes before it's all said and done. That's how good he's been. Darren Lewis, by the way, finished his career with the Cubs, 2002.
Darren Lewis, a great defensive outfielder, streaky hitter, really could run well. First in average, second in homers, second in RBI. Ryan Braun, as you mentioned, hasn't even been up here for a full season, putting up really, really good numbers.
Big swing and a miss. Well, he hit a ball over the camera shack out in center field. I mean, out in Sammy territory in BP, but wasn't able to make good contact there. And Rich Hill has struck out the first 4 of the night.
Boy, and wants to throw a high fastball, and he throws a high fastball. So far, his command has been just about perfect. He's hit the spot he's wanted to hit or missed in his favor every pitch he's thrown in this game. Boy, and I think it's so important for Rich Hill to establish early in this ball game that he's going to crowd these Brewer hitters, especially the big guys that can hit the balls in the seats. Did it on Prince Fielder, did it on Ryan Braun. That takes some of the power away from those big home run hitters. If you can force them to alter their swing, not allow them to get full extension, it's going to be a lot tougher for them to do damage.
One and one on Minch. The 1-1 pitch. Soriano will go get it. Well, the first test for Soriano out in left field. I talked to him today. He said, you know, just kind of play it by ear depending on how the quad feels. Lou's probably not going to send him much on the bases, and going first to third may be an issue for him. But you see, just maybe not quite 100% getting over to that base hit.
And you'd like to believe that's just the last part of his rehab, the mental part, coming back and eventually trusting that you can do what you need to do, and that leg will not be a hindrance whatsoever. But at this point, it's clear Soriano kind of dragging that right leg behind him as he chased that ball down in the left field corner, and also when he ran down the first baseline after grounding out to J.J. Hardy, just kind of stiff-legged with his right leg.
By the way, Cubs strength and conditioning coach Tim Buss also with a birthday today. The big 3-5. Two 2-0 the count on Bill Hall. Power numbers way down for Hall, who had 35 home runs last year, right now with 12. pinch the runner at first. Only base runner of this ball game. Now 2-2. Cardinals leading at Houston. Chris Duncan with a 3-run homer, his 21st of the year. Reds are in Pittsburgh and lost the first of a doubleheader 6-4. So their 6-game winning streak is over. And I go back to the Cubs rotation. When you look at the teams competing for this division, the Cubs, Milwaukee, St. Louis, and even if you want to throw the Reds into that mix, the Cubs have what those other teams have not been able to find, and that's consistent starting pitching. And that's why I believe the Cubs will have the edge. Tap toward third, it's foul.
Yeah, I always find it kind of interesting to listen to fans and others bemoaning the tail end of the rotation for the Cubs. But when you compare them to other teams in baseball, not only in the National League, all around baseball, 3, 4, 5 starters in a rotation. There aren't very many out there that you would take over the Cubs' tail end of the rotation. They've done a nice job.
Well, we mentioned Sheets on the DL. Capuano demoted to the bullpen. Claudio Vargas with a back injury. He just went on the DL today. The Brewers are playing with a 24-man active roster right now. They don't even have a starter listed for tomorrow or Thursday. The only thing we knew going into this series is that Jeff Suppan was pitching tonight.
And certainly the whispers among the Brewer people are that Ben Sheets is going to take the ball tomorrow night, pitch the 2nd game of this series. That remains to be seen, but it sounds like those closer to the situation than we are think it's going to be Ben Sheets tomorrow night.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. He's faced 6 hitters. He has struck out 5. Now Johnny Estrada switch hitting. He'll bat right-handed. Well, it's a crazy game. Rich could not miss bats the last time he faced Milwaukee, and that's all he's been doing here in the early going. Not sure where that one was.
Through the first inning and 2/3 of this game, Rob Drake has called a huge strike zone. I think he even got fooled by this curveball. Kendall catches that at the inside corner at the knees. It had to cross the plate somewhere.
Lifted back of short. Ryan Theriot backpedals, makes a catch, and the Minch single doesn't hurt Hill at all. Bottom 2, 0-0.
What are you doing?
I'm sending pictures of the amazing Jack to Grandma.
You're sending me to Grandma's? But I have to save the world today.
Well, the world's gonna have to wait, because once I press this button, you're on your way to Florida. Back already?
I have superpowers, remember?
If only everyone knew you can share memories by uploading photos to Walgreens.com and sending them to any Walgreens nationwide.
Gush, sink, drip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative, draft and Heineken.
You are cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work. And by Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Great giveaway tonight. The first 10,000 through the gates receiving a Cubs home cap courtesy of Pepsi and Arby's. And today's Celebrity Bat Kids are brought to you by Walgreens, the official pharmacy of the Chicago Cubs. 11-year-old Mary Shazash of Lisle, Illinois, and 11-year-old Scott Bockel of Arlington Heights. Today's Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kids. If you'd like to have that opportunity to be a Walgreens Celebrity Bat Kid, visit WGNradio.com for more information.
One of these days we're going to have Joe Jones and Sue Smith for you. Something a little easier to pronounce.
Mary Shazash. There, I got it right. I want to get Mary's name right. Had a chance to meet both of these Celebrity Bat Kids. They're having a great time tonight.
That dugout was crowded before the ball game. You mentioned the clubhouse was shoulder to shoulder this afternoon. Dugout wasn't much better.
The wind and the 1-1 pitch is inside on Ramirez. 2 balls and a strike. Ramirez 8 for 29 with a home run against Jeff Suppan. This is low and away. 3-1. Cliff Floyd on deck.
Good take that time by Ramirez. Suppan went with the 2-1 slider. He'll throw a sinking fastball, a cut fastball, an over-the-top curve, a slider, a changeup. He's a crafty veteran. He'll invent things out there on the mound if necessary.
Hit hard and through for a base hit. So Ramirez gets the offense started with a leadoff single in the second. And that brings up Cliff Floyd, who hit his first home run in 2 months on Sunday.
Well, that's actually a good pitch from Suppan. A little backdoor sinker at the knees, but Ramirez stayed right on that ball, drove it back up the middle of the field. That's a good sign. Yeah, if you get caught up in a game trying to pull Jeff Suppan, you're going to hit a lot of ground balls to J.J. Hardy at short. You have to prove to him that you're going to take that outside pitch and go up the middle, go to the opposite field, and that'll force him to come back on the inside part of the plate where you can do some damage.
That is no pitch. Time was called. Cliff said he didn't remember how to run the bases after his first home run in 2 full months. He said he hit every base with the wrong foot.
Hey, it's like NASCAR. Just keep turning left. Take a left.
He added that he used a much smaller bat than he normally uses. Normally he's using a 35-inch 33-ounce bat, and just to mix it up he went with a 34-inch 31-ounce bat on Sunday. He said normally with a bat like that I'm just rolling over hitting ground balls to first or second, but it felt good. He hit a home run, so he's going to stick with the smaller bat for now. He said I'm stubborn. It took me 4 months to make that adjustment, but he said I'm going to try it.
Well, it's not unusual to see guys, come down in length and weight of the bat as the season progresses, especially for those everyday guys. Start the season with a 35-inch, 33-ounce bat. As you get into the dog days here in August, it's not unusual to see guys drop down to a little bit lighter, a little bit shorter bat, trying to offset anything they may lose in quickness because of fatigue.
Has a short lead at first base. No steal attempts on the year for Aranas. Fly ball. Bill Hall is going to drift over into left center. Wynn pushing it out a little bit toward the track. He makes a catch. And that's the first out. And it brings up Mark DeRosa.
But that was a great soundbite from Mark DeRosa in our open to the show tonight, talking about all the friends and family calling him to remind him how important this series was, how anxious he was to get to the ballpark today. That's a great sign, because I've been on ball clubs at this time of year where there was no such thing as a big series. There was no such thing as a big game, and you dreaded coming to the ballpark on a daily basis. These Cubs are anxious to get here for this series.
1-0 on DeRosa. You know, and talking about, Soriano probably won't try too many stolen bases. Ramirez without even an attempt this year. I think this is the kind of night where you have to maybe not be as risky with that stuff because of what the flags are doing. You do not want to make any outs when you don't have to.
I believe you have to pitch according to the conditions here at Wrigley Field, and I think strategically as a manager you change your approach depending on what the winds are doing on a given night. And tonight appears to be one of those nights where there's going to be some crooked numbers on that scoreboard.
And I would add, that's early in the ball game. I mean, if it's 0-0 or 1-1 in the 8th, you change that mentality. But you're trying to put up some big numbers on a night like this early on. The 1-2 is a little bit outside, but having said that, if the starting pitchers make their pitches all night, we could have a 2-1 ball game. It's happened before.
Well, if you see a 2-1 ball game here tonight, both these starting pitchers will get some Cy Young votes because of it. This is definitely an offensive night here at Wrigley.
Hit hard, but that should be a double play. It goes 6-4-3, and Suppan gets out of the inning. Well, the pitchers had done their job through 2, still scoreless.
Kenny, I need 50 pounds of roast beef.
Sorry, Pat. We're all out.
Oh, don't give me that.
What, did your wife wolf it down for breakfast? That came out wrong. Look, look at me. I mean, we probably wait a...
The network you can trust. AT&T. Buy any phone and get up to 4 free.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
Need to tow it. Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars. Strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night Auction and 29-minute Vegas Vacation Giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now. Get Chicago sports news nightly on Land Rover's Sports Night. Coming up tonight after Cubs post-game live, wall-to-wall coverage of this NL Central race. And Lance Briggs speaks to the media. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover's Sports Night tonight after Cubs post-game live only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. J.J. Hardy hitting 8th. He has 23 home runs. That would lead the Cubs. But since he has been moved down to 8th, he's hit .375 with 5 home runs. So Ned Yost is going to leave him there. It's a lot of pop at the bottom of your order in the National League in particular. And he's only 3rd on the Brewers list Fielder has 39 home runs. Ryan Braun with 25.
No question, this is a team that's built around home run power. Hardy got off to an awesome start this season, has cooled off a little bit with the home run ball.
Well, they lead the way in the senior circuit with 180 home runs. Check that. They lead the majors in home runs. So they lead the National League and the American League. One thing they don't do much is walk. In fact, neither team does much of that. The Cubs are 14th. The Brewers are 15th in walks. Comebacker off the glove of Rich Hill. It's going to cost him. That's an infield hit for Hardy.
Well, not to belabor the point, we've talked about it over Rich's last 5 or 6 starts. This is something he's going to have to improve upon if he's going to be one of the premier pitchers in the National League. He's going to have to field his position better. Going to have to do all those little things a pitcher has to do. There's no question his stuff is good enough to be a consistent winner in the big leagues. Has to start doing those little things as well. Slow reacting to that ball. Wasn't hit that hard back through the box. Just couldn't get his glove down there to field it.
So Milwaukee with a leadoff man on base for the first time. Suppan looks at it low. Well, the guy behind the plate right now is trying to lay down a bunt in the 9th inning Sunday with the Cubs trailing by a run and 2 on with nobody out. Jason Kendall unable to get that bunt down, and then eventually on a 3-2 pitch, Lou Piniella sent the runners. He fouled off a couple before swinging at what might have been ball 4, but I went back and checked the tape, and that pitch wasn't that far off the plate. You know, 3-2, you're trying to protect. Not easy to make contact against a guy who throws as hard. As their closer is Lee makes a play. Jose Valverde, of course, has a good fastball. Suppan able to get it done, and you know, I'm sure there was some question about that strategy, and you know, you can question that move all you want, but Bob, I just maintain that Lou is not afraid, and I think he makes calculated, risky decisions at times, but he's not afraid to be criticized later if it doesn't work out. And I think too often managers will make the by the book move, because then later you can't go back and say, well, why did you do this or why didn't you do that? It just didn't happen to work out in that case, but if it did, there was a high reward there involved. The Cubs might have been able to take the lead.
Well, then you look at the personnel involved in that particular play. Jason Kendall's a guy that's only struck out 11 times in over 100 at-bats as a member of the Cubs. So it appeared to be a pretty safe bet to start the runners and depend on Jason Kendall to at least put the ball in play. Unfortunately, one of the rare times this year he swung through a pitch and it ended up being a double play.
Well, in a word, Lou Piniella is bold, and I like that. Long look by Hill. Here's the pitch. Weeks fouls it back. And I think he's adapted well to this roster. We all thought this was going to be a home run hitting team. And you know what? It has not been. And I think we've seen them run more and hit and run more, maybe in the second half, than they did early on in the season.
And they're doing it earlier in the ball game than I think even Lou would like to do. He mentioned it back in spring training and has pretty much followed it throughout most of the season, but he likes to let the guys swing the bats through the early going of the game.
Weeks grounds it into left, and no chance to send Hardy, so Nick Leyva holds him up. And that's the other thing about Soriano back in the lineup with that cannon for an arm. 11 outfield assists, and that is certainly going to make third base coaches think twice.
Yeah, the only question would be how quickly can Soriano get to the ball with that injured right quad muscle. But once he does get there, there's no question he's one of the most accurate, quickest release left fielders in all of baseball. You know, 14 out of 16 stealing bases on the season for Ricky Weeks. Look for the Brewers to try to exploit Jason Kendall, who's had his problems throwing out runners. As a matter of fact, both teams, I think, should be maybe a little aggressive. Now, once again, the wind is blowing out. That may temper that aggressiveness just a little bit, but both catchers have really struggled this year to throw out runners. Johnny Estrada under 10% on the season catching opposing base stealers.
Hart takes ball 2. Kendall's going to head out and speak with Rich Hill to underscore how much has changed since the last time these two clubs met. When the Brewers came here on June 29th, they were 7.5 up on the Cubs. They come in tonight a game and a half out. So just under 2 months later, the Cubs have picked up 9 full games in the standings. Milwaukee has spent a total of 125 days in first place this year. But right now they're in second. Floyd's going to come over. Long run. He will get there. That's a fair ball. Hardy tagging. The throw's going to go to second as Weeks tagged, and he's safe, and it's 1-0 Milwaukee. It's a sac fly for Corey Hart. 2 down in the inning. You know, I have to kind of shift my thinking because the wind has blown in so much this year. I assumed that ball was going to get pushed out, but with the wind tonight, it's pushing it back in.
Wow, that ended up a fair ball. It looked like it was headed well up into those right field bleachers. You see Hardy tags up at third base. He'll score easily on that sac fly, and Cliff Floyd wisely spun around and threw to second base. Unfortunately, not a good throw. They may have had a play at second base on Ricky Weeks with a good throw.
The 0-1 pitch. Hit hard, but they had the shift on. Terrio on the second base side of the bag makes the play. If they don't have that exaggerated shift on, that's an RBI single. It's 1-0 Milwaukee.
To my darling wife, I leave my stock portfolio. To my daughter, Susan, I leave my yacht. And to my son, Jack, I leave my garage. Yes! 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 Must be a Danley.
Now you can own a Danley and get $1,000 off any size Danley garage. Just call 773 Garages right now and get $1,000 off the custom-built Danley of your choice.
It's my Danley. Danley's Garage World. Danley.
Depend on Danley.
Someone's about to lose their Selling Miller highlight privileges. Can I borrow that for a second? Hamburger, $11.50. Are you for real? Step aside, mon ami. Pardon moi. Excuse us. See, this beer is about helping people live the high life. It's a good, honest beer at a tasty price. We have a mess with the high life, and the high life will mess with you. $11.50 for a hamburger. Y'all must be crazy.
Agility captured by the world's most advanced four-wheel active steering system. Now cornering is more precise, handling more responsive. The all-new 330 horsepower Infinity G Coupe. Intensity captured.
Tomorrow, it's a rivalry matchup you don't want to miss as Derek Lee and the Cubs square off with the Brewers in high def, followed by Cubs post-game live. Cubs Brewers tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Tomorrow at 7:05, the Cubs host Milwaukee at beautiful Wrigley Field. In the first 20,000 fans will get a scratch and win card. 500 random winners will get an autographed Derek Lee photo, compliments of Dakota Kid. Fans are encouraged to hold on to their cards for second chance drawings throughout the game. For complete rules, visit Cubs.com. Back to action, home half of the third, and it's Jock Jones getting his first crack at Jeff Suppan. He's 12 for 42 with 4 home runs against Suppan, 12 walks, 10 strikeouts. Takes a strike. 1-1. Brewers getting a run in the top of this inning off Rich Hill. .286 high on base percentage. And against Suppan, who won a World Series ring with St. Louis last year. Ball 2, it's even. Suppan made 32 starts last year, won 12 games in the regular season. Full count. He was the NLCS MVP for the Cardinals. 8 shutout innings and a huge performance in Game 3 of that set against the Mets. Well, now just 3 hits. 7 sparkling innings in Game 7. Got a no decision as they clinch the pennant. Lined over Braun. Minch will get it back in. That's a solid single for Jones.
Good start to the inning for the Cubs. A bullet line drive into left field off the bat of Jock Jones. Fastball up and out over the plate. Braun with a leaping attempt to no avail. That ball almost handcuffed Kevin Minch out there in left field. That's how hard it was hit.
Here's Kendall.
You'll notice Jason Kendall, as he waits for Suppan to deliver the pitch, has both hands, has those fingers fluttering on that bat handle. It's just a mechanism to try to keep those forearms loose, not get too tight before that pitch is delivered. And as Suppan gets closer and closer to releasing that pitch, that's when he finally takes that last grip of the bat and gets ready to let it fly.
Jones with a short lead at first base. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kendall. Suppan has allowed a lot of hits this year, including the 2 tonight. 196 on the year. Came in having allowed the 4th most in the league. Through the hole on the left side. First 2 are on, and now Rich Hill will try to move them up.
Kendall finds that hole in the left side of the infield. Actually tried to pull that sinker that was down and away from him, but fortunately gets enough of it to squeeze it through that left side. Now Rich Hill will attempt to do what he's done 3 times already this season, put down a sac bunt, ideally short on the third base side to force Ryan Braun to come in and make the play, clearing the way for Jock Jones to advance to third.
Fielder ready to charge. Braun coming in as well, and it's just fouled.
The ball checks up. Watch this ball hit the dirt and back into foul territory. By the time Estrada can get out there, it's well into foul territory.
Mike Quaddy with the signs from third base. He bunts through it. Strike 2. Tell you what, the field looks great. I mean, it took a lot of rain, those devastating storms late last week, but the Wrigley Field grounds crew did a wonderful job getting this field ready to go here for this homestand. That one goes off Estrada on the bunt attempt. Strike 3 on Hill. Second strikeout for Suppan. And here comes Soriano. I didn't get a chance to talk to Roger Baird today, but I think they put in a lot of overtime getting this field ready. And this is a long 10-game homestand. The Houston Astros come in Friday. They'll have a new manager and general manager. Phil Garner and Tim Purpura were let go yesterday. Cecil Cooper, the bench coach, has taken over. Tal Smith, their president of baseball operations, will be the interim general manager. Then the Dodgers are in next Monday, Labor Day, for the first of 4. Soriano lifts it in the air. Pretty well hit, but Hart will catch it. Jones tags, and he's now at third. They're at the corners.
That's the difference between Soriano in the leadoff spot and Ryan Theriot in the leadoff spot. Soriano's up there trying to make something happen. A quick one-pitch at bat. It does advance Jock Jones onto third base. And now with 2 outs in the inning, Ryan Theriot is going to need to put together one of those good at-bats and find a hole somewhere for the Cubs to get on the board.
Supon's first pitch. Theriot is trying to bunt his way on.
It's not as unusual as you might think. Ryan Braun was playing extremely deep at third base, and Braun has had throwing problems all year long. 20 errors on the season. As good an offensive player as he is, he's a real scatter arm defensively.
And that was the reason he did not start the season as their opening day third baseman. His defense. 2 strikes. I think his bat has more than made up for any defensive shortcomings he may have.
Yeah, drive in more than you let in. That's the old saying.
Two strikes on Theriot. Chopper to Prince Fielder. He'll turn around, step on first, and Suppan gets out of the inning. The Cubs put the first 2 on, but come up empty. It's 1-0 Brewers.
Gush, sink, trip, train, draft and drink. Innovative. Draft Heineken.
Stop, Hub! Where should we sit? Right at first base. Wait, how about along the third baseline? Wow, this is great. Just like having season tickets. Looking for great seats? Buy tickets from other fans. Have extra tickets? Sell them to other fans. Go to StubHub.com today for tickets to the hottest sports, concert, and theater events, even if they're sold out.
Peanuts.
Hey, there's still tickets right behind home plate. Let's go for it. StubHub, your choice, your ticket, your experience.
StubHub. The survival of the greenbacks is a daily challenge.
This one was overspent. They're at risk of becoming extinct.
But you can help right now during Kia's Save the Greenback sales event. You save a lot of greenbacks with Kia, like the fuel-efficient Sportage. With its impressive safety rating, you and your greenbacks are more protected than ever. Together, we can save the greenbacks.
Hurry and get 2.9% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash on the Sportage.
Tonight after the Cubs game, Luke Stuckmeyer sits down with Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg. Hear about life in the minor leagues and what his managerial goals are for the future. It's all tonight at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night. Only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Well, on this date 6 years ago in 2001 here at Wrigley Field while playing with the Florida Marlins, Cliff Floyd with a rare unassisted double play from the left field position. Ricky Gutierrez in a 4-4 tie in the 10th thought there were 2 outs in the inning. There was only 1. So the Aflac trivia question is, since 1990, how many outfielders have turned an unassisted double play? It hasn't happened that often. Braun pops it up and out of play. He'll be followed by Minch and then Hall.
You know, Len, before we move too much further in this ball game, we've talked about Rich Hill and the lack of run support when he's been on the mound, but a great opportunity there in the bottom half of the third inning for Rich Hill to help himself and to help the ball club by getting down a bunt.
Base hit to right.
He was unable to do that. Subsequently, the Cubs don't score a run in the inning that looked like it was going to be a huge breakout inning. Yeah, talked about defensively, offensively as well. You've got to do the little things. Not only will it keep you into a ball game deeper, give you more opportunities to win ball games, but you can create opportunities for your teammates to drive in runs. His inability to get down that sac bunt looms huge in that third inning.
Now Minch, who's 1 for 1. And looks at a strike. And a slider from Hill. Minch hasn't walked much. He hasn't struck out much either. 12 walks, 19 strikeouts. His on-base percentage coming in just at .295 because of the lack of walks. His first unintentional walk of the year didn't happen until June 29th, and he was here against Michael Wirtz. It was his 164th plate appearance. That's a franchise record to start a season. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. For the first 5 outs Hill recorded were strikeouts. That's his first K since.
You know, most of his strikeouts have come on fastballs. He's just beaten the Brewers to the hitting area with that fastball. Blows a high heater by Minch right there. Good velocity and good location on that heater through the early going for Rich Hill.
Bill Hall has had 11 career at-bats against Rich Hill. He has struck out 7 times. That includes the punch out in the second tonight. Here's the LoJack caught stealing report. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. On 11 out of 15. Bill Hall has something in his eye. Maybe an eyelash. Find the tweezers.
You definitely don't want to try to dig something out of your eye with that batting glove on, covered with rosin and pine tar. That would tend to make it a little worse.
First pitch of this at bat. Ball 1. We'll have Mr. Baseball, the longtime voice of the Milwaukee Brewers, Bob Uecker, handle the 7th inning stretch tonight. He's always, or at least for the most part, has been politically correct. He says he'll root for the Brewers, but then has dropped in a line about Cub fans rooting for the Cubs. Maybe chatting with one of his former Milwaukee Braves teammates. He's from Milwaukee, and his big league career began with the Braves 5 years after they won the World Series, and they're going to have a big 50th reunion. The Braves beat the Yankees in the 1957 World Series. A one bouncer backhanded by DeRosa. Nice flip. Terrio turns it. And that's it in the 4th for the Brewers. They turn the double play. It's 1-0.
Hey, boss, do we have Aflac?
Nah, we have something else.
But if you're hurt and miss work, does it pay cash like Aflac does?
Nah. Or let you spend it any way you want, like for gas and groceries?
Nah.
Or help with everyday bills like Aflac does?
Nah.
There's only one Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Nice try, boss.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Use $3,000 cash back to get a Chevy crossover, an 07 Equinox LS front-wheel drive starting at $19,865. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com, then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
Let's get the answer to our Aflac trivia question. Since 1990, how many unassisted double plays by an outfielder have occurred?
Aflac.
7. But it doesn't happen very often.
Now, this is a more traditional double play here. Hard hit ball up the middle. DeRosa with a good feed to Terrio, kind of led him to the base. That made it a very easy play for Ryan as he has to avoid that sliding runner coming in there hard. Just drags his right foot over the bag. And a little hop, skip, and a jump over the sliding runner makes it an easy play.
Here's D. Lee. Well, he hit a home run the other day. I mean, he just crushed it, probably hit it 420 feet. But the way his year has gone, he hit it in Arizona. And the highest part of the wall is in dead center. It was just to the right of center. But he was able to round the bases. It was his second career inside the park home run. Now, because I called the other one back in '03, I remembered it immediately. He knew that he had hit one previously to Sunday, but he didn't remember that it was off Jason Marquis. I assumed, I don't know why I do. We've discussed this issue many times before, but players tend to not remember things like that. I said, yeah, you hit one off Russ Ortiz, and then later you hit an inside the park home run off Marquis. He said, really?
I did?
Are you sure? I said, I can show you. I've looked it up. And I asked Mark DeRosa, who was with the Braves, do you remember it? He goes, no, I don't remember it. Now, I haven't asked Jason Marquis. I'm a little hesitant to ask the guy who gave it up. But Derek did not even remember that it was off Marquis. This one's deep. But the wind's not going to push it all the way out. Hall makes a catch just in front of the track.
Flags continue to blow straight out here. Perhaps not quite as hard as it was blowing during batting practice, but definitely blowing out. Definitely a huge assist to the hitters tonight.
And a full moon.
Ooh, beautiful.
Did you catch the lunar eclipse?
Actually, I did catch the tail end of it. As you know, I stayed in Phoenix for the off day yesterday and caught a very, very early morning flight. And as I was driving to the airport, you could see the very end of the eclipse.
Swung on and missed. So the solar eclipse would be when the moon is in between the Earth and the sun. And the lunar eclipse is when what? The Earth's shadow goes over the moon?
I believe that's correct.
It's the first time Jeff Suppan has missed in his last 15 pitches. Had dealt 14 consecutive strikes.
And that one came on an 0-2 pitch when he was probably trying to lead Ramos Ramirez out of the zone.
Missed again. 2-2. So what was the temperature when you left Phoenix?
Oh, I don't know. High 90s. It was going to be 111 degrees today in Phoenix.
Comebacker. Backhanded by Weeks. What a play. And the throw beats him by 2 full steps. You will not see a better play than that. Man.
Well, and that's a play that Ricky Weeks probably doesn't make last year. He had a lot of problems going to his right up the middle of the field, but makes a nice adjustment right there at the end to catch that tricky hop. The strong off-balance throw as he's fading away into center field. That's as good as you can do it right there. Yeah, Weeks has always been much more adept at balls hit to his left than balls hit up the middle of the field to his right, but you'd never guess it looking at that play.
Well, I think we can say Ricky Weeks has a shortstop's arm. He didn't even bounce the throw. Floyd flied to center his first time. Cubs are only down 1, but the Cub fans out there who get nervous when the Cubs are trailing, just consider that the Brewers have lost 13 times when they have led by at least 3 runs. It's the most losses of that kind in the major leagues. Well, Jeff Suppan starting to cruise along here. It's 1-0 Milwaukee after 4.
I am your idea, and I'm huge. Tab me, bind me, stack me, send me round. I'm your big idea. You can't stop this. I'm your biggest idea. And Rico moves me, shows me, sends me. Leaves me behind, but never in a bind. It's the big time. I'm your big idea. And Rico's how we go and go and go.
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night Auction and 29-minute Vegas Vacation Giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Hot, sticky weather is here. You can try to cool yourself this way or go to the experts at QC Auto Service Centers. They'll keep you cool, calm, and happy all summer long. The highly trained and certified technicians at QC Auto Service Centers will check it out and fix it right the first time.
Hotter than a collar? Don't sweat it. Come see us.
The place to go for air conditioning service. QC Auto Service Centers, keeping you on the road.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Midas. Visit Midas for brakes, expert auto maintenance, and tires. And by the Toyota Tundra, the truck that's changing it all. Find out how at ytundra.com.
Johnny Estrada pulls one way foul. We're in the 5th inning. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. They got their tally in the 3rd on a Corey Hart sacrifice fly. I want to send best wishes out to David Carr, the father of our good friend Jason Carr, in the Cubs media relations department. David scheduled for surgery tomorrow at Cooper Hospital in South Jersey, and watching us tonight on MLB.TV. So, David, we're thinking about you, and your son's doing great. That will drop foul, and the Brewer pin.
Ryan C. from Zion, Illinois, wants to wish his father-in-law Gordon a happy birthday. Actually, his birthday is tomorrow, but we'll send it out today anyway.
One and 2 on Estrada. Kendall setting up shot on the inside part of the plate, and it's hit high in the air to center. Jock Jones is there to make the grab. Hey fans, the annual Cubs Wives Food Drive is this Saturday at 10 a.m. near Gate D. Don't forget to bring non-perishable food items with you to the ball game. Fans that make a donation of 10 eligible items or $20 will receive a Cubs autographed photo. Photos are distributed randomly, limit 2 per person while supplies last. So again, that comes up this Saturday as the Cubs host Houston at noon. It will benefit the Lakeview Pantry, and it has helped raise more than 40,000 pounds of food. J.J. Hardy, and Jones won't get it. That'll be extra bases for Hardy. He's 2 for 2. An infield hit and a double out of that number 8 spot as he continues to scorch, hitting down near the bottom of the order.
I think part of the reason J.J. Hardy's found success in that 8-hole, he's very much a free swinger. He's not the kind of guy that's going to work a lot of counts. He will take some walks over the course of a long season, but he wants to swing that bat, and the 8 spot is much better suited for a guy who is a hacker than higher up in the order. Now the problem you run into is with the pitcher hitting behind him. His pitcher on the mound with good control will lead you out of the strike zone, maybe get you to chase some bad pitches, but unfortunately J.J. Hardy's had a couple of balls to handle in this game.
So again, the 5th annual food drive coming up this Saturday, and the event has raised more than 40,000 pounds of food and more than $11,000 since it started in 2003. And again, donations will be accepted next to the Harry Carey statue outside Gate D at the corner of Sheffield and Addison from 10 a.m. until the 3rd inning. And you're encouraged to bring items such as canned tuna, canned pastas, cereal or oatmeal, coffee, peanut butter, jelly, canned stews and meats, soup, canned and packaged fruits and vegetables. Always a great event. Bounced over a hill. It'll be charged by Terrio, and he makes a play. On that slowly hit ground ball, Hardy moved up to 3rd, but there are 2 away.
Len, sometimes we take the superior defense that you see at the major league level for granted. This ball takes a squirrely hop right at the very end. Terrio had to make a quick adjustment at the very end of that play to get his glove out there, make the play and throw on to get Soup on. As you see Hardy advancing on to 3rd base. I mean, Ryan Terrio made that look like a routine chopper up the middle of the field, and it was anything but routine.
And just as you say that, a fan gave it a good effort, but just couldn't haul it into the front row in the upper deck. Oh, he had it. Called strike, 0-2. Fans want a strikeout. Hill wants an out. Ooh, hit him. 9th batter, Hill has plunked.
Tried to come inside with a fastball. The ball just continued to run further in. Catches Weeks on the left hip. Now Weeks, one of the 3 Brewers in the lineup today that is a stolen base threat. 14 out of 16 on the season. We'll see how the Brewers and Ned Yost choose to play it with Corey Hart at the plate.
I'll tell you, Ricky Weeks has been pretty hot since he came back from the minor leagues. He's reached base twice now. Extended his hit streak to 8 with his single in the 3rd inning. Coming off wrist surgery, had really scuffled at the plate, was sent to the minors at the end of July, but then he came back when Tony Graffinino suffered a season-ending knee injury. He is on the move, and Kendall had the ball get out of his glove. It's a stolen base for Weeks, his 15th.
Boy, it looked like Weeks was going to pull up short of second base. It looked like the Brewers were actually trying to steal a run right there. Yeah, normally if it's a straight steal, that guy goes as hard as he can straight into the base. But that time Weeks had pulled up about 10 or 12 feet from second base and then just walked on in when he saw the ball get away from Jason Kendall. Well, you see Weeks with his break towards second, a quick peek back there, and then looked like he was going to pull up right there and try to get caught in a rundown if that throw had gone on to second base.
Cub fans being heard again. 1-2 on the way, just off the corner, inside. 2-2.
Now watch the associate umpire with a pink hat right there. Yeah, we all need a little help from time to time. I'll tell you, it was unusual to see Rob Drake on a non-strike call. He's called a huge zone in the early going of this ball game.
Two and two. The kick and the pitch. Little flare, and it will drop down, and the Brewers get two. They now lead 3-0. Corey Hart has all 3 RBIs. He didn't hit it hard, but he hit it where the Cubs defenders were not.
And Len, this is actually an instance where Rich Hill made a pretty good pitch. Big breaking ball, looked like it was headed for the strike zone. Corey Hart kind of jammed himself, hit it off the hands, but just enough to get it over the infield in front of the outfield.
Now he has to face the guy leading the National League with 39 home runs, 4th with 97 RBIs. Prince Fielder recently served a 2-game suspension for his actions at Houston on August 12th. He really got into it with umpire Wally Bell. Originally it was 3 games, but he was able to get a game knocked off. Well, we said it right off the top. This has the feel of an offensive night. And if that's the case, the Cubs are going to have to score some runs. We know they'll have to get at least 3 if they're going to come back and tie it. They'll need at least 4 to win. And Jeff Suppan has been very good in the first 4 innings. Up on the left side, and Terrio makes a catch right behind Ramirez, and that ends the inning. The Brewers add 2. They're now up 3-0.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell-Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell-Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
always love the details. But you've never seen them like this. The full HD 1080p Aquos liquid crystal television from Sharp.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Time now for a GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios with this news update. Lance Briggs spoke with the media for the first time since he crashed his Lamborghini early Monday morning. The Bears linebacker said he originally panicked and called the police to say his car was stolen, but then called them back to change his story. We'll have much more on this story on Sports Night after Cubs postgame live. Now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
All right, Gail, thanks. Cubs are going to need to score tonight.
Yeah, that's
a lot.
Good point. Good point. I mean, you mentioned that stat a little bit earlier about the Brewers. 13 times this year they've lost ball games when they've led by 3 or more runs, including 2 out of the 3 ball games in San Francisco this past weekend. So not out of the question the Cubs could get back into this one, but they're going to have to start swinging the bats, and they're going to have to play smarter on defense.
Yeah, it looked early on the way the 2 starters had been pitching like maybe 1 or 2 runs could do it, even with the wind blowing out, but not now. As Michael Wirtz is up in the bullpen, and with 5 innings to go, the Cubs have to get at least 4. Like to get into that bullpen here at some point soon, if possible. Put a little pressure on the Brewers for later in the series. Even if Ben Sheets is able to come back tomorrow, not sure how long he can go. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
You saw Michael Wirtz warming up. Rich Hill was the 4th scheduled hitter due to the plate here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And even though he's thrown the ball well in the ball game tonight, as you said, you got to score runs. And if the Cubs have a couple of runners on base, don't be a bit surprised. Lou's got a very deep bench available tonight. 3 left-handed hitters, 3 right-handed hitters. So he would definitely pull the trigger and try to put some runs on the board here.
Supon's last outing, he lost, but he was pretty good. 7 innings, 3 runs at Arizona. Without a win over his last 11 starts. He's just 3-9 with a .577 his last 20 starts. He went 5-2 with a .263 in his first 7. Drastic splits home and road. Jock Jones misses, strike 3. And on the issue of scoring, I mean, I know I'm the master of the obvious, you have to score to win, but that has been the #1 thing for Lou Piniella. When he's asked about the biggest key, the biggest issue with this team, he said we need to be more consistent in the run scoring department. And if the Cubs had been just a little better offensively on this last trip, they might have been 4-2 or 5-1. As it was, they went 3-3. Pitching was very good.
Yeah, good enough to win more than 3 ball games, that's for sure.
You liked that setup, though, didn't you? Bob, Cubs need to score. Really?
Yeah.
Well, maybe 3 is that magic number. We talked about all the blown leads. The last time these 2 clubs met, that series opener on June 29th, the Cubs were down 5-0, came all the way back to win. Foul ground, and fielder won't have enough room. Happy belated 92nd birthday to Doris Selba, longtime Cubs fan. Also happy 97th coming up to Grace Fredericks from Cary, Illinois. Number 97 coming up in 2 days for Grace Fredericks. golfs it into left. He's 2 for 2. He's going to make the big turn. He's hustling. He's sliding. He's safe. Who says catchers can't run?
And who says every swing has to be textbook perfect? That time Kendall got fooled a little bit, got out in front of a breaking ball, but able to keep it fair down into that left field corner and challenges the arm of Kevin Minch. Turns on the afterburners and easily beats that throw into second base.
Rich Hill, base hit into left center. Kendall coming around. And it's 3-1. You know, Hill could not get that bunt down in the 3rd inning, but he comes through in an RBI spot. 5 RBIs this year and in his career.
Just a get-ahead sinker right there on the outer third of the plate. Rich stayed with it into left center. With 2 outs, Kendall was off on contact at second base. No play for Bill Hall.
Well, just like that, the tying run is at the plate. And guess who? Alfonso Soriano. The corresponding roster move, left-hander Carmen Pignatello sent out. Cubs with an off day yesterday. The rosters will expand on Saturday. So right now going with 1 lefty in the bullpen and 6 relievers total. Braun will throw to second to force Rich Hill. But Hill putting the Cubs on the board. They get 1 back. It's now 3-1 to the 6th.
Flying out of Chicago Midway for business? Southwest Airlines isn't just for short flights anymore. We offer nonstop flights to LA, DC, Phoenix, Houston, Long Island, Philly, and dozens of other destinations. You wanted more nonstop flights for business, so we're flying more nonstops than ever before.
You are now free to move about the country.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Beginning September 9th, the Bears are back from hibernation, and only Comcast Sportsnet will have the most in-depth coverage of the monsters of the Midway. It all begins September 9th, only on Comcast Sportsnet, a Chicago Bears fan's best friend this season.
Weeknights, don't miss Chicago Tribune Live on Comcast Sportsnet. Tribune writers, sports stars, and celebrities discuss the day's hottest sports topics and set the table for the night ahead. Don't miss Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Well, it's now 3-1 as Rich Hill picked up an RBI on a 2-out single, plating Jason Kendall. Ryan Braun batting for the 3rd time and leading off for the 3rd time. Prince Fielder has made the final out in all 3 at-bats. Hill with the 0-1 pitch pushes Braun off the plate. won the National League Rookie and Player of the Month for July. First player ever to win both awards in the same month. He hit .345 with 11 homers and 25 RBIs. National League Rookie of the Month for June, he hit .382. The only reason probably he didn't win the National League Rookie of the Month for May was he was called up on the 24th. So every full month he's been a major league player, he's been the Rookie of the Month.
Well, that last pitch, that's a location Rich Hill and every other pitcher in the National League needs to be careful with to Ryan Braun. Anything out over the plate, middle of the plate away where he can extend his arms. Watch the cut he takes at this pitch. Boy, just a vicious home run swing.
That was deep out to right center, but it'll be Jock Jones to run it down.
Nothing to stop that sweat when Kevin Minch starts working up a lather on top of that dome.
Got a little problem with the grip on the bat. Ball, and he fouled it back. 2 strikes on Minch. Congratulations to our colleague Jeff Miller and his wife Maureen, who gave birth to Molly Rose Miller on Sunday morning. 6 pounds 10 ounces, 19 inches. Mom and Dad are doing great. Maureen had an emergency C-section, but everything worked out great. Everybody's doing well. And congrats to the Millers. Popped up, this one back toward us. And let's check in on tonight's Comcast Sportsnet poll question. How many wins will it take to win this division? Less than 83, that was a magic number last year for the Cardinals. 83 to 85, 86 to 88, or maybe more than 88 wins. Text your message to 65295. Minch fans. I know what Lou's answer would be, whatever it takes.
Whatever it takes, it doesn't really matter. You just want to get into the dance. And whatever that number happens to be, all that matters is what you do after that point, as Minch goes up the ladder to chase a fastball out of the strike zone.
Well, I got the feeling Lou, in hearing several responses to his answers to the media, he kept saying this is an important series, but there's still a month left, over a month for that matter. Cubs are playing game 130 right now, 66 and 63. And I think his point was that as big as this series looks, a game in mid-September could look bigger.
I mean, what's the difference if you sweep the Brewers in a 3-game series and then turn around and get swept by the Astros or the Dodgers or any of the other opponents that the Cubs have coming up? Every game is important from this point on.
And those Cardinals, the Cubs still have some games left against them, and they're leading tonight 3-1. Rich Hill striking out Hall to end the inning.
Gush, sink, trip, train, draft and train. Innovative, draft and Heineken.
Hey, Cubs fans, tune into Comcast Sportsnet all year to watch your team and the LoJack caught stealing play. Then visit Cubs.com/LoJack to enter to win a 2008 spring training trip. LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
When the subject is trucks, you've got to know how to work it. Quad City Spring is all over that. When you need organizing systems for pickups and vans, and Adrian Steel custom setups are your mandatory upgrades, Quad City Spring gets the call. Ladder racks, toolboxes, towing, and truck accessories, we've got you covered. When the subject is trucks, Quad City Spring knows how you want to get it done. Got a truck? Work it, baby. Quad City Spring, 34th Street and River Drive, Moline.
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night Auction and 29-minute Vegas Vacation Giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Stay tuned for Bacardi Late Night on Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for our Coors Light Cold Blast to the booth. Ryan Olenizak from Bloomington, Illinois. Hey guys, Bob made a reference the other day in San Francisco on how he looked like Bill Cowher. I would love it if you could put a side-by-side picture comparison of the two on the air. We just need Bob to work on his scowl. Keep up the good work. Well, I think we can arrange that.
Yeah, the crew's had an off day to work on it, so I'm sure I'll see one here quickly.
Mark Stensel always loves a challenge. So separated at birth.
Bill Cowher's jaw protrudes just a little bit more than mine, but we both lost a lot of hair since those pictures were taken.
Bill Hall in right center makes a waist-high catch, retiring Terrio. Now Derek Lee, 0 for 2 on the night. There's a pretty huge incentive for the Cubs to come back tonight. If they don't, Milwaukee will be within a half game, and right now the Cardinals are shutting out the Astros 6-0. Cardinals would be just 1 out. Braden Looper has been terrific, and they jumped on Woody Williams for 6 runs and 4 1/3. Down the right field line, slicing, it will be a fair ball. And it'll be a single for Lee as Hart bounces that throw right to Hardy at second base. Had to be barely fair. Right up near that padding on the side wall.
Well, that's a play at another ballpark. Perhaps the right fielder leaves his feet to try to make a play, but not with that padded brick wall. Just into foul territory. Oh my. Well, you can see it was in that area where the chalk line kind of stopped briefly and then restarted out near the warning track. Yeah, I'm not sure how Ned Yost can argue this unless one of his players on the field told him that I think that ball was foul. There's no way he could have seen it from that first base dugout.
No chance. And again, that's really the only part of the field down both lines right in the corner that we can't see. But we have cameras who can, or that can.
And you can see how that foul line stops and the ball hits right near the end of it.
It's almost as if it hits the ground there, it's fair. The only way it could be foul is if it hits the padding. That's how snug it is.
Yeah, if it hits the sidewall first. And Jerry Davis, the crew chief, got as good a look as he could get at it down that first base line in the shadows down there in the right field corner. Derek Lee on first with a single.
You know, I was just thinking, As quirky as this ballpark is, you think about a playoff situation and a ball like that. Now, in the postseason, there would be an extra umpire down each line. It would get a better look at it. But how about the Cubs fans would, of course, love being in this situation at all. Game 7 of the World Series. But actually have to be Game 5, I guess, right? The American League will have the home field advantage because that would count it again. But a ball barely missing the padding and just being fair, determining the outcome of a game. Would be something. Almost got by fielder. Or possibly an outfielder attempting to pull a ball out of the ivy, which we've seen before, and once you do that, it's a live ball.
Or going into the ivy to pull out a baseball and having several balls fall out of the ivy.
And I'll tell you what, in a huge pressure spot with maybe a player who's not familiar, an American League player not familiar with this ballpark, I wouldn't be surprised to see that guy panic a little bit and say, I have to get that baseball. 2-1 to Ramirez, hit hard, but it'll be Braun to Weeks to Fielder, and they have turned 2 double plays to get out of innings tonight. So on to the 7th, it's Milwaukee 3, the Cubs 1.
Blades of Glory today.
There's a new sheriff in town.
The gold medal comedy is finally on DVD. Blades of Glory. Own it on DVD and HD DVD today.
With every step, it gets better. Miller Genuine Draft. Cold filtered 4 times for smoother flavor.
Time, I can't wait for all the love I know will be mine if you take your time.
Don't let cash slow you down. Fast food takes faster money.
Take your time.
Life takes Visa.
It's Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. With so many great models to choose from, it's the right time to buy. Right now, lease a Toyota Camry for just $199 a month. Get 0% APR on a luxurious Avalon, or get $2,000 cash back on a roomy Sienna minivan. Toyota's Lots on the Lot event. Going on now.
Tonight after the Cubs game, Luke Stuckmeyer sits down with Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg. Hear about life in the minor leagues and what his managerial goals are for the future. It's all tonight at 10 on Land Rover Sports Night. Only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. When the Cubs game is over, stay tuned for Cubs postgame live on Comcast Sportsnet. All the interviews and press conferences, in-depth game highlights, and Dan Plesac breaks down all the action. Cubs postgame live after the game on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
Hey fans, don't miss any of the action as the Cubs take on the Astros this Friday at 1:20. Kids get to the ballpark early. The first 10,000 children, 13 and younger, receive a Cubs growth chart, compliments of 3 a day of dairy and your local dairy farmers.
Johnny Estrada leading off the Milwaukee 7th. Foul tipped into the glove of Kendall, 2 strikes. Appropriate to talk about cheese with the team from Wisconsin here. Don't think I see any cheeseheads.
It probably wouldn't last long in this ballpark.
No. Popped up. DeRosa has it. And all of a sudden Rich Hill throwing a lot of strikes, 13 in a row. Scott Linebrink, acquired in the middle of the year. Padres up in their pen.
Hey Len, you had a belated birthday earlier. I have one here I had jammed into my scorebook in anticipation of the birthday, and I missed it by 3 days. Haley Givens celebrating a 10th birthday 3 days ago. Got a wonderful letter from her grandmother Rose back in Evanston, Illinois. Haley sent me a real nice picture. Go Cubs. Shows a fan there all dressed in red and white. Thank you much, Haley, and happy belated birthday.
Absolutely. Hardy has scored 2 of the Brewers' 3 runs. I'll add something to the note about the blown leads by the Brewers. Their closer, Francisco Cordero, is almost untouchable at home. At Miller Park, an 0.83 earned run average. On the road, it's 750. He is a completely different pitcher on the road.
He's touchable.
He's touchable on the road. Now it's 7-0. 4 ribbies for Chris Duncan. As the Cardinals try to get to 500. Pulled in the left for Hardy's 3rd hit. And number 7 for the Brewers.
He's come around to score on both of his previous hits. Once on a sac fly by Corey Hart back in the 3rd inning. In the 5th, he scored on the Corey Hart single that drove in 2.
Suppan bunts, and Lee will throw him out. Second time Suppan's laid one down. Good friend Bob Uecker coming up with our 7th inning stretch after the 3rd out. Pop foul by Weeks and out of play. .86 at game time. Wind blowing out of the southwest at 12. Straight out to center. Swung on and missed. 2 strikes.
Well, then we talked earlier about how managers sometimes have to change their strategy depending on the wind conditions here at Wrigley, and hitters will change their approach at the plate as well. Guys who normally don't chase pitches up in the strike zone see those flags blowing straight out and figure, hey, you're going to pitch me up in the zone. I'm going to try to elevate that ball and take advantage of the wind.
Well, Rich Hill struck out 10 his last time out, looking for number 9, and he gets it. Called strike 3. Stretch time.
My name is Milwaukee Brewers play-by-play announcer Bob Uecker.
Same song, new day. 1, 2, 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Oh, it root for the Brewers. You do the same for the Cubs. Then it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event. And now, getting the Cobalt you want is easy. Just click and go online 24/7 to check out great offers. Pick your model, pick your color, but you better do it now. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone. The Chevy Model Year-End Event. Get a 2007 Chevy Cobalt LS sedan starting at $13,640 after $1,000 cash back. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com, then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Gush, sink, drip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative draft and Heineken.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by LoCheck, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police.
Bottom of the 7th, Jeff Suppan against Cliff Floyd as the Cubs trail Milwaukee 3-1. Our good friend Bob Uecker in the house handling our 7th inning stretch. And boy, this is quite an atmosphere here tonight, Uke.
Oh, man, this is beautiful. You know, every time the Brewers and the Cubs get together, it's, you know, I remember way back when it was the Braves and the Cubs, you know, when they're in Milwaukee, or the Cardinals and the Cubs when I was there. But, you know, this is what it's all about, man. Hot nights. Beautiful hot night here tonight. Good pitchers duel between Suppan and Rich Hill. Yeah, I'm liking it.
Did you ever think this was going to turn into a pitcher's duel tonight? I know you saw some of the batting practice today. Yeah, I thought this was going to be a 15-14 ball game.
Yeah, you know, I was talking over on our side, Bobby, about some of those nights and days when the wind blew out here or any place else. You had a low-scoring game sometimes. You know, it's really funny that, I mean, some of the balls have been hit tonight. They just haven't really carried, but you know, I like pitching too. I know you did.
I like my guy pitching.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, you bet.
2 strikes on Floyd, who is 0 for 2 on the night. That pitch is high. 2003, Bob received the Ford C. Frick Award, given annually to the Baseball Hall of Fame, to a broadcaster for major contributions to baseball, and one of the greatest Hall of Fame speeches ever. And you didn't write any of it down, right?
No.
It's really amazing. That hit Floyd, and that stung, and the tying run will come to the plate. Looks like it got him near the right elbow. Looks like he's going to be fine.
Boy, caught him right on the point of that right elbow. Cliff dropped that bat immediately, grabbed at it.
Those are stingers, aren't they, Bobby?
Oh, boy, I'll tell you. You think you're out of the way, and that ball just creeps in there a little bit further and bites you.
All right, Scott Linebrink is going to come in as Jeff Suppan with a quality performance tonight. We're with Bob Uecker. We'll be back.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, choose 0 APR or $3,000 total customer cash on any 2007 Torrent. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
The survival of the greenbacks is a daily challenge.
This one was overspent. They're at risk of becoming extinct.
But you can help right now during Kia's Save the Greenback sales event. You save a lot of greenbacks with Kia, like the fuel-efficient Spectra. With its impressive safety rating, you and your greenbacks are more protected than ever. Together, we can save the greenbacks.
Hurry and get 2.9% APR plus 1,000 bonus cash on the Spectra.
Well, we're back. Scott Linebrink is on to face Mark DeRosa. Before we get back to the action, Bob, going back, several decades, did you write down a lot of your material, or were you just able to kind of remember all those great stories?
It's really funny, Lenny. I mean, weird stuff comes to my mind really easy. I don't know why it does. I guess a lot of people have the same problem. I mean, guys who work and do comedy stuff, just kind of one thing leads to another. And I think laughter is contagious too. That when you're working, or when I do, if I do a comedy club or something, people look at you, and if they start laughing, then you look at them like, "What are you laughing at?" I haven't talked. It makes them, that's really bad. You haven't talked and they're laughing at you.
Swing and a miss, and it's 1-1 on DeRosa.
I'm sure they're just laughing in anticipation of that first joke.
Maybe they saw me play too. That could be too. Braves were the first the first team to ever carry a guy on a roster that just sang to take me out to the ball game.
Just off the outside corner, and you've always been treated great by Cub fans, but the atmosphere is a little different tonight because I think of where these teams stand, right?
It was really funny. After we sang, I always say Brewers. I can't say Cubs. I mean, I say, hey, root for the Cubs. You guys root for the Cubs. They sang it again.
And you gave him some applause. It was great.
Absolutely.
Floyd was running, and Hardy's throw is going to be late. First and second with nobody out. So Lou had Floyd on the move to stay out of the double play. And DeRosa ends up with an infield single. So the Cubs have something going here.
I love coming to Wrigley Field, and I love Chicago and the fans here. I mean, it's a special place. I mean, how can you say anything bad about Wrigley Field? And, I mean, this organization, although we could use a little AC in the booth over there, but other than that, things are okay.
Yeah, it's a little toasty tonight. Now Jock Jones. The pitch, a little low and inside. Bob, we just mentioned earlier, Francisco Cordero, the closer for the Brewers, as Howery gets up for the Cubs, and the drastic home road splits.
Yeah,
he's been almost unhittable at home, but on the road it's been a different story.
I don't know what it is, and
it's drilled toward the gap. Cliff Floyd will score. It's going to roll all the way to the ivy. DeRosa's going to come around, and they have tied it 3-3. Boy, bang, bang. Linebrink comes in, an infield hit. And then Jock Jones ties it with a double.
It doesn't take very long. And Jock Jones, I've always liked that guy, too. I mean, that guy's been a good player the times that I watched him. And as Bob Brenly well knows, I mean, it happens with some of the best.
Finds that gap in right center field. I was kind of surprised Jock Jones wasn't bunting. He's put down 3 sack bunts this year and trailing by 2 runs. We've talked about Lou's deep bench that he has available tonight. I was shocked that we didn't see Jock Jones square around, but Lou rolled the dice and came up 7s.
But it really has been 2 different teams, and the Cubs have finally made this a home field advantage as well. That had been a problem for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Brewers play so well at Miller Park, although over the last homestand or so, they've had problems there too. But Cordero's problems started down in Texas during the interleague play, and he went back to a place where he was stationed previously, and the Brewers had leads in 2 games down there when he came in late, and he ended up losing. And it happens. I mean, it happens to the best, as you guys know. And there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you send him out there again. That's all. There's nobody else. And even here with Scott Linebrink, I mean, he's pitched in a couple of games where he's done very, very well. And a couple of times he's gone out and given up big hits. And, what are you going to do?
2-1 on Kendall. Darrell Ward on deck. Fouled back.
This guy's got to be a help to you, hasn't he? Jason Kendall?
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers throwing out runners aren't real good, but he hasn't had a lot of help from his pitching staff, but he has come up with some huge base hits. Got off to a little bit of a slow start, but has steadily picked it up and more consistently hitting the ball on the button and finding holes lately.
to the right.
He's one of those guys that very seldom strikes out. He beats up catchers, doesn't he, Bobby?
Oh, yeah.
We got those guys that stand in the batter's box and foul off tough pitches and beat you up all over the place, and he's one of them.
Cubs have tied it up. They were down 3-0. Rich Hill with an RBI single in the 5th, and Jock Jones with a 2-run double here in the 7th. Corey Hart will make the catch. Jones tagging, but he's going to hold there. Hart's got a pretty good arm, although I know Bobby had a little bruised elbow out there, but he's made a couple of nice throws tonight.
Yeah, he got hit by David Weathers in a series at Miller Park. Lenny Weathers threw a ball behind him, and as he turned to get out of the way, his right elbow went behind his back, and he got hit similar to what Cliff Floyd did, right on the elbow.
You know, Glenn and I were talking earlier. Obviously, Prince Fielder and Ryan Braun, the two marquee stars of your team, but. For me, Corey Hart's one of those guys. If you don't pay attention to this guy, he'll find a way to beat you, and he's done it already in the ball game for you guys tonight.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player, Bobby, and he runs well. I mean, he's a big kid, but he runs. He's got speed, and he's going to steal 20 bases and hit 20 home runs.
The pinch hitter, Darrell Ward. A little bit inside on Ward.
This guy hit a big home run for you not too long ago, didn't he?
He has come up with some big hits, especially in a pinch hitting role. And the thing that we've noticed is he's extremely patient, which is not always the case with a guy who generally pinch hits. They want to come up swinging. Well, you see that 2-0. Who's the best pinch hitter you ever saw?
I think probably Manny Mota, you know, in those years with the Dodgers. Man, that guy was unbelievable. He really was. And another guy that was really good was Matty Alou. Another guy played with when he was with the Pirates. He was another guy that was unbelievable. All those guys Lenny Harris was another guy that we had for a couple of years, Len, in Milwaukee. And he's the all-time leader in pinch hits. But who's the guy now? Mark Sweeney. Another guy that. Now, if you look over their careers, you look at how many pinch hits they have, which means they just didn't play a lot too. But that's still a big number.
Well, they're on their feet for Soriano. First game back off the DL. Ward with the intentional walk. That, by the way, was the first walk for either ball club tonight. So here we go. Tie game. First and second. 1 out. It'll be Hart in right. Jones is going to tag again. This time he'll easily get to third base, but there are 2 gone in the inning. Bob, before we let you go, you began your career with your hometown Braves, as you mentioned. This week, a big reunion. Now, you were not on this club, but you made your debut in '62. But the 1957 world champion Milwaukee Braves, and our good friend Andy Pafko will be there as well. We'll see Andy actually coming up on Monday.
Yeah. You know, that's I think there's 16 or 17 players coming back. And, you know, they've lost a few of those guys like Eddie Matthews and Warren Spahn and Lou Burdett and a number of others. But it's a big it's been sold out, Lenny, since they started talking about it. It was sold out immediately. And, you know, it was their first World's Championship in Milwaukee. I thought they should have won in '56. Beat out by St. Louis in the series in St. Louis, but '57 they won. '58 and '59 they could have won too.
First and third, the one-strike pitch low and away on Ontario. 1-1 the count.
I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of those guys. I'm sure Bob Brenly does the same thing. You get together with some of your former teammates and even guys that you manage. There's nothing like it to talk and tell stories and remember those great years and great times that you had.
And it isn't amazing when you get in those situations how quickly you fall right back into the same things you went through at the time with those guys. Not all of it can be repeated on the air, but it sure is fun.
Another foul, 1-2.
I get a little aggravated when they ask me who I am. Were you with us? I think so.
Yeah, we were talking about the pinch hitters. I was going to ask you, how many times were you used as a pinch hitter in your career?
You know what? Gene Walk actually pinch hit for me before I batted in a game. That's a true story.
Ouch.
I promise it's a true story. And you know what happened? We had runners at first and third, and he pinch hit for, this is my first time up, and he whistles from the dugout. What? I'm thinking he's putting on some sort of trick suicide squeeze. He said, come here. Guy goes up and pinch hits. Art Mahaffey threw a wild pitch, and Gene looked at me and winked. Like I couldn't have taken a wild pitch.
Line break, bobble it in. The Cubs lead. Went in and out of his glove. And everybody's safe. Can you believe that? He had to leave his feet, but he got a glove on it. 3 in the inning. Jock Jones scores a go-ahead run.
Unbelievable. Almost looked like Linebrink misjudged it. Maybe jumped a little too soon. When he tried to come down with the ball, it just rolls out the palm of his glove. Terrio, as usual, hustling down that first baseline on everything he hits. And no play for Linebrink. Jones comes home from third base. Boy, a gift run right there.
We still have not heard a ruling on a play. The bottom line is the Cubs lead, and Darrell Ward will be removed for a pinch runner. Felix PA. Well, they say speed pops up in other ways, and one thing we do know is that Scott Linebrink knew that he didn't have any chance for a bobble with Ryan Terrio running.
Yep. That guy's a hustler. I like that guy. Yep. Good player.
Now it's Derek Lee. It's an error on Linebrink. So the Cubs take the lead on an unearned run. Well, 1-0 pitch to Lee, just off the outside corner. Well, when the Brewers moved to the National League in 1998, I'm sure this is one of the things people in Milwaukee thought about, and that is the Brewers and the Cubs in a pennant race in the late part of the season.
I loved it. I loved it, man. I like the American League. I mean, the Brewers were there for so long, but I like the way the game is played in the National League. And I like to see pitchers hit, and we have to make moves and everything else. Hooray for the DHs, but I like the National League.
Base hit, PA, rounding third, and he will score. 5-3. Boy, they've opened it up.
I'm going to throw that guy out, are you?
No, he's probably the fastest guy in the Cubs.
Yeah.
Derek Lee finally gets a pitch in the middle of the plate, drives it through that left side. No chance for Kevin Mench with Felix PA's speed, and Ned Yost is on his way back to the mound one more time as you get a look at Felix scoring the 5th run of the game for the Cubs.
Bob, we always appreciate the time.
It's always good seeing you guys. Lenny and Bobby, always good seeing you. Thanks for having me again.
You're the best.
And I look forward to seeing you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. See you the rest of the series.
Sounds good, Hugh. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
We'll be back 5-3.
For Pennzoil. Get an oil change with 5 quarts of Pennzoil and a Fram filter for just $12.99 at AutoZone.
Gush, save, drip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative draft Heineken.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Use $3,000 cash back to get a Chevy crossover, an 07 Equinox LS front-wheel drive starting at $19,865. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com, then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers.
Right-hander Seth McClung is now on for the Brewers. The Cubs have scored 4 runs and now lead by 2. And the Brewers, Bob, again have blown a 3-run lead. Coming in, they had lost 13 times in games in which they led by 3 runs or more. And everything now unearned after the error by Linebrink, allowing the go-ahead run to score. 9th batter of the inning is Aramis Ramirez, and he takes a strike. Well, and again, we'll file this as we see the Brewers 46-33 before June 29th, and look at the ERA. I mean, a huge difference. And if you look just at the second half, 5.52, last in the National League. Well, you know, Ned Yost knows his team a lot better than we do, but I'm sure the question will be asked. You had a guy who had thrown just 82 pitches, and he took them out after he hit Cliff Floyd, and that's when everything fell apart on the Brewers in this inning.
That's what happens as a manager when you bring a guy into a ball game and you expect him to do something. Scott Linebrink has been pretty good for the Brewers since coming over. ERA under 4, giving up fewer hits than innings pitched. This is not chopped liver. This is a guy who has thrived in these late inning roles throughout his career, but just couldn't get the job done today.
Swing and a miss for strike 3. It ends the inning, but they'll get on their feet. The Cubs scored 4 times in the inning and now lead 5-3.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
Plan your next corporate or social function in one of Wrigley Field's private party accommodations. Wrigley Field offers a variety of private catered opportunities to host and impress your group. The Mezzanine Suites, presented by Nuveen Investments, has 4 convenient rental plans to fit all budgets and needs. For larger parties of 75 to 100, the Batter's Eye Lounge, located in the center field Bud Light bleachers, provides a unique view of the game. All private party accommodations provide generous food and beverage packages as well as VIP parking. Call 773-404-CUBS or visit Cubs.com.
Fellas, leave the tight pads to the ladies. If I can count the coins in your pocket, you better use them to call a tailor. Stay thirsty, my friends.
Time now for the Sharp Aquas detail of the game. Cliff Floyd got hit by a pitch to start the rally in the 7th inning. Jock Jones would tie it on a 2-run double. And the Cubs would later grab the lead on an error by the pitcher. Derek Lee would add an insurance run on an RBI single. Jock Jones is now playing right. Felix P.A. is in center. And Bob Howery is now on the mound. Cubs leading by 2. That makes it 12 consecutive winless starts for Jeff Suppan, and Rich Hill has a chance for a win. Linebrink charged with 3 runs, only 1 earned. And he would be on the hook for the loss. Corey Hart lifts it foul and out of play to the right.
I'll tell you one thing, Len. In a pennant race, you find out a lot of times that the ball games come down to which team can get their bullpen the way they want it in the last 3 innings of a ball game, or in the case of this game, in the last couple of innings of the ball game. It looked like Ned Yost had it set up the way he wanted.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. 9 Ks for Hill, and Howery fans his first hitter.
Another up the ladder fastball. A lot of the Brewer hitters chasing those high heaters in the ball game tonight. I mentioned it a couple innings ago. That may be a byproduct of the wind blowing out here at Wrigley, or just some undisciplined hitting, but a lot of guys swinging at that high fastball in that first base dugout.
Yeah, it does make you wonder if that batting practice situation where balls were just leaving the yard left and right made them even more aggressive. Soriano will come in, but he'll have to pull up. That ball drops in front of him. I'm not saying he catches that ball if he's 100%, but you know, he may leave his feet. You're just not quite sure, but he has to be a little bit extra cautious with that quad right now. Eric Turnbow up in their pen.
And quad or no quad, you like to keep that double play in order with 1 out in the inning. Ryan Braun has grounded into 11 of them on the season. If Bob Howery can make his pitch down low on that outside corner, maybe get Braun to roll over one to the left side. You make a diving attempt on that sinking line drive by Prince Fielder, it gets by, all of a sudden you've got big problems.
Well, for the amount of home runs the Brewers have hit, they haven't been that bad in the strikeout department, middle of the pack in the National League. Generally, the big bopping teams strike out a good amount.
Well, I'll tell you, if nothing else, the start by Rich Hill today has planted a seed in these Brewers hitters' minds that they are going to be pitched inside in this series. Rich Hill was working both sides of the plate and coming in hard on the big right-handed hitters in this Brewers lineup. And then that opens up that outside corner. That backdoor sinker started just off the plate. Snuck back in there enough to catch the black part of the outside corner. Now Braun in a hole 1 and 2. That pitch was set up by the fastballs before on the inside part of the plate. It's like another elevated fastball here on a 2-strike count.
Swing and a miss. Blew it right by him. We've seen some power pitching tonight from Rich Hill and now Bob Howery.
Boy, and that is just textbook. 2 fastballs inside, a sinker on the outside corner, and then scoots one up just above the belt to get the swinging strike. Nice job by Bob Howery.
Pitch to Kevin Minch. Bounced foul, and his platoon partner has been Jeff Jenkins. But Jenkins is just 4 for his last 32. So Ned Yost choosing not to go with Jenkins against the right-handed Bob Howery in this spot. Tying run at the plate. So Jenkins is ready to go if needed tonight. pinch on the hand, and we know about hit batters tonight. They have come back to haunt both teams. Weeks got hit in the 5th. He would come around to score. And then we just talked about the sharp Aquas detail of the game. Cliff Floyd plunked in the bottom of the 7th.
Another elevated fastball. This time it just continues to run further in on Kevin Mensch. Jason Kendall would have liked that pitch out over the plate a little bit to get Mensch to offer at it, but ran right inside, clipped him on the left hand.
And we will now see a pinch hitter for Bill Hall. It'll be Gabe Gross. Recalled from AAA Nashville on August 15th. He's hit 355 in 20 games there, batting .367 with 3 home runs and just 30 at bats since he came back. Hall hitting just .244 overall in the season. Gross, rather. It's outside. And good to see the offense heat up as well. It was possible to get goosebumps on a hot night like this. It's happened a few times already. 2-2 on Gross. The pitch. Now it's full.
Well, he chased up in the zone. The 2 pitches before, they tried to scoot it up just a little bit higher. That time Gross able to lay off. Shoulder high fastball that time. Howie throwing real hard tonight.
Two of the runners going, and Gross gets a piece of it, and we'll do it again. And Dempster has joined the fray out of the bullpen.
Yeah, you get the feeling Scott Air is up down there for the sole purpose of being ready if and when Jeff Jenkins is dropped into this ball game. He's the most dangerous left-handed hitter that Ned Yost has available off that bench.
Another 3-2 and another foul.
Jeff Jenkins 1 for 9 lifetime with 6 strikeouts against Scott Air. That's his guy. That's why he's up in the bullpen right now. Jeff's hoping Bob Howery ends this thing right here.
A third 3-2 pitch. Neither guy giving in. The next payoff pitch. Well, he keeps hitting him in the same spot, too. You could put a chair halfway up on the other side of the screen. You'd have about 5 souvenirs right now. You'd have to be a trapeze artist, but
one of the Walendas, perhaps. Yeah. This is where Bob Howery would pull the string and throw a straight changeup. He would screw Gabe Gross right into the ground up there at home plate, but it's not likely to happen. That's Bob Howery's 3rd best pitch. He's going to go with what works best in this situation.
telling you, Gross has just about worn a bigger hole in the mesh. 10 pitches already in this sequence. Fielder at second, Bench at first. On the move again, another foul. This one will find the upper deck.
A little more of a borderline pitch that time. Howery trying to work that outside corner. Gross had to reach out across the plate just to get a piece of it and stay alive.
Coming again. DeRosa will catch it. A little show of emotion from Bob Howery. A little bit of a fist pump. He normally doesn't do that, but certainly understanding the enormity of that out. 5-3 to the bottom of the 8th.
Introducing the Cadillac Summer Event. Right now at your Cadillac dealer, you can experience the best Cadillac has to offer and 0% APR financing across all models. The best part about summer? It's here.
Visit your Chicagoland area Cadillac dealer for this attractive offer.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night Auction and 29-minute Vegas Vacation Giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Time now for a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hello, everyone. Gail Fisher here in our downtown Chicago studios with this news update. Lance Briggs spoke with the media for the first time since he crashed his Lamborghini early Monday morning. Briggs said he originally panicked and called the police to say his car was stolen, but then called them back to change his story. And we will have much more on this story on Sports Night after Cubs postgame live. Now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field. Guys?
Thanks, Gail. I mean, it'd be one thing to beat Milwaukee, but to come from behind late like the Cubs have done, they can really put that dagger in pretty deep as Corey Hart moves over to play center. Gabe Gross stays in and plays right. And Seth McClung took his warm-up tosses, but he will be removed. And left-hander Brian Schaus will come in as Fontenot was announced for Bob Howery. So a pitching change. And we'll be back. We're in the 8th.
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the second annual Swinging Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The second annual Swinging Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
Agility captured by the world's most advanced four-wheel active steering system. Now cornering is more precise, handling more responsive. The all-new 330 horsepower Infiniti G Coupe. Intensity captured.
Well, here's the new Cub.
Pinch hitting, number 27, Craig Monroe.
So Craig Monroe making his Wrigley Field debut. Fontenot announced, but then pulled back when Schaus came in. So Mike will not be able to make an appearance in this ball game. Now Craig was with the Tigers last year when they came here for interleague play, but he was injured. He had a quad injury, in fact. He was very excited to play his first game here in the friendly confines. And you know, I don't take a lot of credit for really much of anything, but I did show him the door, the way to get into the ballpark today, so I felt good about that.
Well, somebody had to do that, otherwise he'd still be wandering around out on the corner of Clark and Addison.
So the reason he's in a Cub uniform tonight is me.
I had a chance to talk to Craig during batting practice behind the cage while his group was hitting, and he was more interested in talking about the effect of the wind defensively. Saw some fly balls hit down the right field line. It looked like they were going to go foul in BP, and the wind blew him back into fair territory. And I warned him, got to check the flags after every pitch, after every hitter, because it will turn around in a hurry when you least expect it. Would like to see him touch one up right here, first at bat in Wrigley Field as a member of the Cubs.
Two balls, two strikes on Monroe. It's past Mike Quaddy. Best wishes to Jeff Hilbert. Works in audio with our crew, and he and his fiancee Nikki getting married on Sunday. Jeff looks a little nervous. Nikki, of course, on the walkie-talkie, wants to know where he is at all times. Swing and a miss by Monroe, and that's strike three. And we wish Jeff and Nikki the best.
And I know Jeff's been around plenty the last couple of years. He knows the mantra. He's already practiced it at length, which is why he feels that he's ready to take that big step. Yes, dear, you're right. I'm sorry.
You should write that down for him after the ball game, just as a reminder. Foul on the ground the other way by DeRosa. And we also want to wish our good friend Craig Lynch, his wife Ann, celebrating their 25th anniversary today. Craig, a radio reporter, was out here pretty much exclusively, and Craig and Ann were actually in San Francisco on the last trip. His first visit to AT&T Park. He wasn't going to miss this one tonight. One and two on DeRosa. Outside. 40,884 to start this 10-game homestand. And they have gotten their money's worth tonight. Schaus has come on and struck out 2 right-handed hitters. Let's get the results to our Comcast Sportsnet poll question. How many wins do you think it'll take to win this division? 88% said less than 83. Only 6%, actually 12%, saying 83 or more. Wow. Okay.
Parity. It's called parity.
Well, I think the Cubs will win more than 83. Right now they're 3 over. Trying to win their 67th, which would be 1 more than they won all of last year. And the guy who tied it with a 2-run double, Jock Jones. Cubs took the lead on an error by Scott Linebrink on a bouncer hit by Ryan Terrier. In and out of his glove. And Jones misses that outside pitch. Schaus strikes out the side. Here comes the ninth. Ryan Dempster will try to close him out.
Free to move about the country.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
You are cordially invited to the event from Lexus. The summer sales event where you'll find unexpected values on the Lexus you've always wanted. But like summer, it won't last forever. The event, now through September 4th. See your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer.
Cubs 5, Brewers 3. Craig Monroe stays in and plays left. And Ryan Dempster makes his 50th appearance. He's trying to pick up his 22nd save.
No surprises tonight, right-hander. Come in there and mow him down. 1, 2, 3. Everybody goes home happy. Well, what a job by Brian Schaus out of the bullpen for Ned Yost. Lefty came in, faced 2 tough right-handers, struck them both out, and then got Jock Jones to chase a bad pitch to strike out the side. Dempster hoping for similar results here.
So Alfonso Soriano now out of the game. Ryan Dempster in his spot. Fonzie went 0 for 4 in his first game back off the DL. His team leads 5-3. Foul strike on Johnny Estrada. Well, I haven't been around this game nearly as long as you have, but one thing I have learned is that the carryover effect sometimes is overrated as far as momentum is concerned. But if you beat the Brewers the way the Cubs have come back tonight, that means a little more, doesn't it?
Oh, I think absolutely so, especially since it follows a pattern that the Brewers apparently have fallen into this year. And when it continues to happen over and over again, not only does your opposition feel like they're never out of the ball game, but you feel like you never have one under control.
Dempster striking out Estrada, and the Cubs took the lead on an error. by Scott Linebrink. If he just makes this play, now he did leave his feet, but he got his glove on it. If he makes this play, the inning is over, and it's a 3-3 tie.
Well, the ball hits down near the palm of his glove and just doesn't stick in there. There's a very small area of the glove called the pocket, where if the baseball goes into the pocket, it will stay in there. But if it hits down near the palm of the glove, it's tough to squeeze your hand together quickly enough to hold that ball in the glove. Linebrink was not able to do it. Cubs took full advantage.
Well, there's a lot of incentive here for Dempster to go 1-2-3 as far as where the lineup is. You have Hardy now at the plate. Jeff Jenkins will pinch hit. Then the red-hot Ricky Weeks, followed by the guy you've been talking about a lot tonight, Corey Hart, who has all 3 Brewers RBIs. You don't want to face Weeks or Hart. Jones is coming over. Windigan's going to help him here. Makes the catch, 2 down. Kept that ball fair. And it'll be Dempster against Jenkins.
Hope the wedding goes better than the well, never mind. Hang with her.
Ooh, she didn't look too happy. This place is electric. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Cubs have struck out 12, 9 for Hill, 2 for Howery, 1 for Dempster. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Bob Albrecht. Our director, Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Our stage manager in the booth, Christine Charbonneau. Our duet operator, Mark Stensel. Mark Zabel, our technical director. Executive producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet, Jim Cornell Jr. Great work by our entire crew, and great work by the Cub fans all night. Oh, so close.
Somehow he got a piece of that splitter that was dive bombing. Just barely caught the top part of the ball to stay alive.
The 1-2 is high. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I'll tell you, Len, one thing to keep an eye on the remainder of this series. See if the Cubs pitching staff continues to try to go up the ladder on these Brewers hitters. We've seen a lot of elevated fastballs, a lot of swings and misses by the Brewer hitters in this game. See if that continues the next 2.
Swing and a miss. Cubs win. A comeback win. 4 big ones in the 7th. Jones tied it. They win it on the error by Linebrink. And the Cubs get this series off to a winning start. Now 2.5 up on Milwaukee. You couldn't have drawn it up better.
It works. I'll tell you, you would have liked to see the offense jump started earlier in this ball game, but Rich Hill and the bullpen was good enough to hold the Brewers in check until the offense could get it going tonight, and took advantage of a huge error by the Brewer pitcher.
Brewers and Cardinals are tied for second, but St. Louis leading 7-0 going to the bottom of the ninth in Houston. So it looks like the Brewers are going to drop into third place. Luke Stuckmeyer with one of the Cubs heroes on the field.
Thanks, guys. Chuck, 2 hits tonight, the big double to tie the game up. Talk me through your approach on that at bat, and what did he throw you?
I think it was like a fastball. I know it was a fastball. Middle lane, I just wanted to stay inside of it. Hit the ball hard somewhere and move the guys over, and I ended up scoring both of them.
It's kind of fun around here, wasn't that game tonight?
It's been fun around here for a while. We've been playing good. We're in a race. It's what you go home and work out for, and that's what you prepare yourself for as a race, and to get a chance to play in the playoffs, and we're in the race right now.
Tell me about moving down to 7 in the order. You had been batting second.
I'm not the manager. I'm not
the manager. But you seem so comfortable. Do you mind?
I don't care. Ask Lou.
Does it feel good to get a win and come back this way?
It's always good to get a win. We got down early. We're a little flat early. We came back and we pulled it out at the end.
Congratulations. Great game.
Thank you.
Guys, we'll send it back up to you. Jack Jones, the big hero tonight.
All right, Luke, thank you very much. Wow, what a night. And the key stat again, Milwaukee has blown another lead. When leading by 3, they've lost 14 times this year. They led this game 3-0, and they would not score again as the Cubs beat them 5-3. And Rich Hill tonight gets a much-deserved win.
Hey, he pitched well enough to win the ball game. He deserved to win in this game tonight. And now you turn the ball over to Big Z tomorrow after the first game victory here of this series by the Cubs. You like your chances again tomorrow.
Hill the winner, Linebrink the losing pitcher. Dempster now with 10 consecutive saves converted, number 22 on the year. That'll do it for our game coverage. But still more to come. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score tonight, the Cubs 5, the Brewers 3. And our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be right back here tomorrow night. Carlos Zambrano will pitch for the Cubs. It may be Ben Sheets for the Brewers, but they have not yet made an announcement. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brendley, Luke Stuckmeyer, and our entire crew, this is Len Casper. You've been watching Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Stay tuned for much more post-game live coming up.
I'm jealous. I wish we would have stayed down there. Mark Shanowski, Pat Boyle back in our downtown Chicago studios. What a birthday gift for Lou Piniella. You'll hear Sweet Lou's press conference live coming up on Cubs Postgame Live.
Instead of singing Happy Birthday, they're all singing Go Cubs Go out at Wrigley Field. Stick around afterwards for Land Rover Sports Night. Coming up on the show, Lance Briggs tries to explain what happened following his one-car accident early Monday morning and how he initially tried to cover up the whole thing.
Plus, our special report, Luke Stuckmeyer spends a day in the minor leagues with Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg. And believe it or not, Rhino has a little Piniella in him.
And, of course, we'll have lots of clubhouse reaction from Wrigley Field. You'll hear from the winning Cubs and the losing Brewers tonight.
And Dan and Gail are ready to do a little dancing.
Yes, they are.
A little Go Cubs Go. It's all coming up next on Cubs Postgame Live after the break.
Blades of Glory today.
There's a new sheriff in town.
The gold medal comedy is finally on DVD. Blades of Glory. Own it on DVD and HD DVD today.
Try Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and twist, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, they're toasted to perfection, and they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Gush, save, drip, drain, draft and drink. Innovative draft can. Heineken.
Recognize your loved ones on the sidewalks beneath the historic Wrigley Field marquee. Through the commemorative paver program, you can join thousands of fans in celebrating the day you became a Cubs fan, declared your loyalty, or preserved your favorite Cubs moment. If you're a Cubs fan, how can you pass up this opportunity to become part of Wrigley Field? Each order includes a replica paver for your home or office and makes a perfect gift. So to purchase, visit Cubs.com or call today. Space is limited, so order now.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues? Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice catch, kid.
The best damn sports show, period. Sports Television's Nightly Party. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by LoJack, the only stolen vehicle recovery system operated by the police. Bacardi Rum, if you're going to drink, be responsible. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% on car insurance. Visit us at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. And by Pontiac, 9 performance machines, all designed for action.
The Cubs win it in comeback fashion. 5-3 is your final from Wrigley Field in this series for the lead in the Central Division. The Cubs now have a 2.5-game lead over the Milwaukee Brewers. Hello and welcome to Cubs Postgame Live with Dan Plesac. I'm Gail Fisher, and this truly was a great game for the Cubs. Down 3-0, they come back to win it. Rich Hill finally gets a well-deserved victory, and the crowd was going nuts at Wrigley Field. Obviously very exciting. Manager Lou Piniella has already stepped in to address the media. Let's hear from Lou, brought to you by United.
Yeah, he helped himself. Well, there were 2 outs. He was throwing the ball well, didn't have many pitches. And I know one thing. He swung the bat better than he could bunt. Huh?
How important is to set the tone taking game 1 of the series against obviously Ryan?
Well, it's an important series. And you win the first game, you get yourself in good position. I'll tell you what, he'll pitch well. Milwaukee's got a nice lineup. And what did he go, 7 innings, didn't he? And he got himself a win. It's good to see.
Best to see Supan out of there.
It was a hot evening, muggy, and he was throwing the ball well. He knows how to pitch. You know, Cliff got it started with a hip batter, and from there we put the game in motion with DeRosa, and then Jones got the big key hit, that double he laced in the right center field. And then Carrio's ball just eluded the pitcher. And Derek Lee gave us a little insurance. But, you know, Harry, that was a pretty dramatic 8th inning there with the at-bat that Gross gave him. Fouled off a lot of pitches. And I was thinking to myself, I've had enough fun tonight.
You said the runner there, was that to stay out of the double play or just to put some pressure on the defense when you said Cliff?
Just to put a little, you know, open up a hole, stay away from a double play. And Cliff got a real nice jump on the ball.
Lou, Ryan Dempster's had some good stretches this year, but is this one of his best?
He's throwing the ball very well. You know, he's pitching with confidence. He's got a real nice split finger. His slider's been working good, and he's been throwing strikes with his fastball. Yeah, he's been pitching well. He looks nice and relaxed out there, which is good to see, and the ball's coming out of his hand quite well.
How'd Soriano look to you?
He looked fine. He had 4 nice at-bats, actually. He hasn't played in 3 weeks. We took him out there in the last inning. I'm probably going to have to do that just a little bit initially. I think 7 innings or so after he gets his last at-bat might not be a bad idea for a while. But, no, he did fine. I thought he had 4 good at-bats. Hit the ball to right field a few times. Yeah, I thought his at-bats were fine, and after he gets a few more, he'll get better.
To manufacture that run with Jason and Rich.
Yeah, Jason had a nice hustling double. Halfway to second, I was thinking, boy, I hope he didn't get thrown out, because we would have had to lead off the inning with the pitcher. But good hustling baseball. He read it well, and Hill followed up with a nice crisp line drive in the left center field. Shows you how much I know. I should have let him hit with runners on first and second.
Jones has had a lot of clutch hits for you lately. Have you thought about where you'd be without him in that trade?
Yeah, he's done well. He really has. We had him in the 2-hole, and when Soriano came back, we put Terrio back in his 2-hole, and we moved Jones to the back of the lineup. It's not because he wasn't doing his job, because that's the way our lineup sets up better. So, but yeah, he's had some big hits for us. He's done a nice job in the outfield too.
It's not September yet, but that seemed like a late season atmosphere here.
In the stands it did. Yeah, it really did. Good crowd here. I mean, they're into the game and they know their baseball. Let's hope that we can treat them to memorable games here all September.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks.
Rich Hill is here.
Okay.
All right, Lou Piniella live at Wrigley Field with reaction to the game. Taking a look at our Falco pitching recap now. Let's get some of your reaction, Dan Plesac, to that performance by Rich Hill. As you take a look, there are 9 strikeouts on the night and no walks.
This was a huge start for Rich Hill. These games now, 33 games going into tonight's game. All of these games are big, and these are going to be the biggest games that Rich Hill is going to pitch so far in his young career. And he passed this first test with flying colors. He looked terrific warming up, and he carried his warm-up right into the ball game, elevating his fastball, using his curveball. Here, a nice 91-mile-an-hour fastball elevated up with 2 strikes. And one of the things he did very well tonight was he started down in the strike zone with his fastball, and with 2 strikes just kept elevating the ball. Here you see, this really wasn't a mistake. Corey Hart hits this off the end of the bat to drive in 2 runs to give the Brewers. At this point, it looked like a 3-0 lead, but the Cubs just kept coming back and coming back. Here's another example of that good elevated fastball. And when he's throwing the ball well, he throws 89 to 91, 92 miles an hour, but he's very deceptive and the ball jumps on you. He hides the ball extremely well.
All right, let's hear from Rich Hill now.
Bob did a great job, and Dem coming in, closing the game, was a lot of fun to watch.
Rich, what kind of kick is it to be part of a game like this? I mean, it's a huge game, obviously, and you're out there in front of everybody and getting the win on top of it.
Well, I mean, the crowd was amazing, and you know, it was a lot of fun to be a part of it. It's a lot of fun to be a part of this. What's going on right now with us? It's exciting. I don't know how else to put it. You know, we're all. The great thing is that all 25 guys in there are pulling for each other, and it's fun.
Mentally, how important was it to you? We shook off getting up the 2 runs, saying we did a pretty good pitch, moving on forward from there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think mentally making some mistakes, fundamental mistakes, you know, fielding PFP, fielding your position, not getting the bunt down. There were things that I was thinking about during the game that it could have ultimately affected the way I went out there and handled that next inning. But, you know, I had a good talk with some of the guys, and, you know, they told me to put it behind you, and that's part of where you think you have everything figured out, and you know, you have to stay on top of everything in this game, and you know, was able to bounce back and just block that out and make pitches.
Okay.
All right.
All right, Rich Hill live from Wrigley Field. A great win for Hill and for the Cubs as they beat the Brewers 5-3. We have to take a break, and as we go to break, let's check out our Pontiac Opinion Poll question of the night. Alfonso Soriano made his return to the lineup tonight. Where do you think Fonzie should bat in the Cubs lineup? In the leadoff spot like he did tonight and most of the season, or should he be in the 2-hole, 3-hole, 4-hole, or should he bat fifth? Go to ComcastSportsNet.com, click on Chicago, then click on the Cubs page and give us your vote. And we'll have the results later in the show. And one more thing before we go to break. Here are the National City NL Central standings. The Cardinals beat the Astros 7-0, so St. Louis moves into second place in the division. They are 2 behind the Cubs, and the Cubs are now 2.5 games ahead of the Brewers in the Central Division. Stay with us. Cubs Postgame Live continues after this timeout.
For every Cubs victory this season, National City is proud to make a donation to Rhino Kid Care. Please visit rhinokidcare.com.
Bold, powerful, unique. Of all Nissan's lines, this is the one you've been waiting for. The bottom line. The once-a-year sales event with great model year-end deals on every capable Nissan sport utility vehicle and minivan. Like a $249 per month lease on either the Nissan Murano or Pathfinder. Get to your Nissan dealer now. This event ends September 4th, and that's the bottom line.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
If ever you're not satisfied with one of our tires, please feel free to bring it back. Thank you. Discount Tire Company.
Low prices, more choices on the world's best brands like Michelin and B.F. Goodrich.
It's the Chevy Model Year-End event, and now we're making it easy for you to choose your new Chevy. Just click and go to find great offers on 07 cars, trucks, and SUVs, online 24/7. But you've got to decide. Then get to your dealer before yours is gone at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Qualified lessees can get a low-mileage lease on an 07 Impala 1LT for around $199 a month. Residency restrictions apply. Call for details. Click on ChevyDriveChicago.com. Then see your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana.
Dude, we're at a beer. Going a beer run. Let's go, man. Come on. Wait, are you alright to drive? Dude, I'm fine. Okay, I'm just a little buzzed. Alright, let's go. Shotgun. We need to get a keg. At least one. Hey, watch out for that kid. Oh!
The regular season is winding down at the Swing. Friday's game features the Trinity Health Jersey Off Our Back Night Auction and 29-minute Vegas Vacation Giveaway and fireworks. Saturday is Keep Scott County Beautiful Night, saluting the extreme cleanup. Sunday is U.S. Bank Family Fun Day, and you get a U.S. Cellular Rally Towel. And Monday is Midwest One Bank Pay Your Bill Night and Kids Eat Free Monday.
Swing for the Quad Cities.
Get your tickets now.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
The fans are ready. They've dropped the green flag. It's racing action during Quad City Speed Week. Check out the complete schedule at www.speedweekqc.com.
Carlos Delgado is 2 for his last 24, and Scott Olson is 0 for 2 with an ERA over 10 in his last 2 starts. You are watching Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac, and the Cubs had a victory in comeback fashion. Let's take a look back at that 7th inning where the Cubs got their runs and, thanks to an error by Scott Linebrink, took the lead.
Well, this really started the inning. It was a painful way to start the inning if you're Cliff Floyd. A fastball. It looked like Jeff Suppan was trying one of those Greg Maddux-type fastballs, bring it back over. And here, Jock Jones absolutely laced this ball in the gap at right center field. That's about as hard as you're going to hit a ball. He did a terrific job of keeping his weight back, and that ball was scalded.
Well, this was really an important stretch for the Cubs as they tie it up 3-3. And then here's the error by Linebrink that allows that go-ahead run to score.
Not as easy a play as it seems to be. You know, one of the things you have to take into account, and then Derek Lee follows up with really one of the bigger hits of the game. And anytime you can add an insurance run in the 7th inning. But the problem that Linebrink had fielding that ground ball, a lot of times you take for granted that that pitching mound is slanted. And when you leave your feet and you come down, you're falling down onto the downslope part of that mound. And the first thing that usually hits are your heels instead of landing on the ball of your feet. And a lot of times what happens is it jolts you and it takes your eyes, it makes your eyes bounce, and it really distracts you. It's one of the most difficult things to do, as simple as it looks, is fielding balls up in the air anywhere around that mound because it's not a flat surface.
And that Cubs lead held thanks to Bob Howery and Ryan Dempster. The bullpen coming through 2 scoreless innings with no walks and 4 strikeouts. We have to take another timeout as we go to break. Let's take a look at the StubHub upcoming schedule for the Cubs.
The upcoming schedule is brought to you by StubHub, where fans buy and sell tickets.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
Four Seasons, the largest family-owned and operated heating and air conditioning contractor, has simple goals: provide exceptional service at the best possible price, and offer products that leave you nothing but satisfied. Call Four Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning today for a free estimate.
Good things go fast. Real fast. The Polaris Power Play sales event going on now until September 30th. Now's the time to get model year-end clearance offers. Rebates up to $800 on Polaris ATVs and rebates up to $600 plus 4.99% financing on Ranger utility vehicles. Check them out now at your local Polaris dealer, because before you know it, they'll be gone. Polaris, the world's toughest ATVs.
Is evil born, or is it raised? These are the eyes of a psychopath. This Friday, witness the creation of a legend. Halloween, rated R. Everywhere Friday.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
The first NASCAR stock car to reach 200 miles per hour. The first minivan. The first pickup with side curtain airbags. And now, Dodge introduces the industry's first lifetime powertrain warranty. It's the best warranty in the business. So come check out the best lineup of Dodge vehicles ever and grab life for a lifetime.
Time now for our Geico quote of the day. It comes from Ryan Theriot before the game when he was asked if he minded moving out of the leadoff spot to make way for Alfonso Soriano. Theriot said, quote, "The most potent and dangerous leadoff hitter in the game is on our team. Why would I want to mess with that?" Why indeed? So let's hear what you guys had to say as we check out our Pontiac Opinion poll question results. Early in the show, we asked, where do you think Alfonso Soriano should bat in the lineup? And you, the fans, say you want him in that leadoff spot. Not overwhelming, but 38% of you say yes, he should bat leadoff, with 26% coming in second. Well, he led off tonight, Dan, in his first game back after spending 3 weeks on the DL. didn't do much, but just getting his feet back under him.
It's going to take him a while. It's probably going to take 2 or 3 games, maybe 9 or 10 at-bats for him to get his timing down. But then I think once he does, and you can see he's a little tentative going after these balls, and that's just natural. You can simulate all the baseball-type activities you want to, but until you get into a game and your adrenaline starts pumping and you start reacting and not thinking before you're going to do things, I think it'll take him a couple days and you'll start to see him settle back down. It was just a good thing to see him make contact. A lot of times when you're out for up to 3 weeks, your timing is a little bit off. It was nice to see him hit a couple of balls to right field. I think it's just a matter of time. Keep your fingers crossed he doesn't tweak that again.
0 for 4 in the night for Fonzie, but no strikeouts, so he was making contact. You saw the fly balls here. Taking a look at his fielding, as you mentioned, Dan, maybe a little tentative there in the outfield. He said he was not 100%, 90%, but he desperately wanted to come back, so hopefully nothing more will happen to Soriano. Let's check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. The Cubs ace Carlos Zambrano toes the rubber for Chicago, while the Brewers ace Ben Sheets makes his first start since mid-July. Sheets activated off the disabled list for this all-important game against the Cubs. The injury for him was torn tissue in his finger, so not a shoulder problem. Could be the difference in whether or not he'll be able to come back okay. Zambrano has not recorded a win yet in the month of August, Dan, looking for win number 15 on the year.
Well, I really think that you're going to see Carlos Zambrano really start to turn the corner. The contract debacle is behind him now. Unfortunately, the first start after the contract was a rain-shortened game. He looked very sharp in that 3-inning stint. Subsequently, his next start, kind of went back into the old Carlos Zambrano of April or May. I would be very surprised if he did not finish this season with a flourish. And if he does, I think that will make the Cubs, without a doubt, the team to beat the next 32 games.
And Sheets was available maybe to come back early last weekend, but had a blister on that same finger. Is the finger going to be an issue? It's different from a shoulder or an elbow issue.
Well, any time as a pitcher that you have problems with your elbow, with your shoulder, or anything around your finger area, pitching is all feel. And the injury that he had and then subsequently having little problems with blisters, those tend to not go away after a week to 10 days. So it may be an issue. And I think this is probably the biggest game of the season so far for the Brewers. This is a must-win game for the Brewers.
And a huge pitching match tomorrow. That's going to do it for now. We've got the Cubs on our air again tomorrow. Game 2 against the Brewers right here on Comcast Sportsnet. For Dan Plesac, I'm Gail Fisher. Sports Night is next.
Let's go!
Summer means time for camping out, cooling off, and time for the GMC Summer Sell-Down. The best time for the best selection of 07 models, like an 07 Sierra with best-in-class fuel economy and the best coverage in America.
The GMC Summer Sell-Down. Get $2,000 cash back when you purchase any 07 Yukon XL, plus an additional $4,000 on select Yukon XL models in inventory since 11/11/06. Visit GMCDrive.com.
Nobody said this was going to be easy.
Now, see, if Geico.com had taken that approach, instead of telling everyone it's so easy a caveman can do it, I wouldn't be having an existential meltdown right now.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Hey, let me show you the crib. Turn it on. Paparazzo, please. Better not be on the internet, man.
Agility captured by the world's most advanced four-wheel active steering system. Now cornering is more precise, handling more responsive. The all-new 330 horsepower Infiniti G Coupe. Intensity captured.
The road to happiness. There's a lot of temptation out there.
In my hand is a little piece of heaven, and it's practical.
Nice. Come on, $9 grand. This won't make you happy. It'll end up buried in your closet. Put your money in an orange savings account. It won't go out of fashion, then you'll feel better about yourself. $9 grand.
Sorry.
High interest, no fees, no minimums. Next thing you know, there's more money than when you started. And you're right back on the road to happiness.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues?
Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice catch, kid.
Hi, I'm Lou Piniella, manager of the Chicago Cubs, and you're watching Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
When it happened, the first thing I did was obviously I panicked.
Lance Briggs breaks his silence and tells his story about crashing his car.
I'm very lucky to have made it out the way that I did.
I mean, so much riding in August. I don't know.
While the debate rages on, can the return of Alfonso Soriano bring Lou a sweet birthday present against the Brewers?
This will be a really exciting series with all the fans and the atmosphere.
From the bigs to the bus rides, things have changed for skipper Ryne Sandberg down on the farm.
I think I know more about the game than maybe I did as a player.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover.
The first thing I did was obviously I panicked. I didn't want there to be a big scene there, and so I left the scene. When I left, I called the tow truck. I also was startled, and I called and I called and reported my car stolen. And, probably within probably 10 minutes, I called back and I took the responsibility for what I did, because it was ridiculous in the first place.
Lance Briggs broke his silence with the media today. He tells us what happened in the early morning hours of Monday following his one-car accident and explains how he tried to initially cover up what happened. We'll have that story in a bit. Welcome to Land Rover Sports Night, everyone. With Mark Shanowski, I am Pat Boyle. Coming up, wait till you see the new Ryne Sandberg, the talkative Rhino, a skipper who's been tossed for more games this year than Lou Piniella, believe it or not.
That is hard to believe. But we start out with the battle for first place out at Wrigley Field, the game you just watched here on Comcast Sportsnet. The Cubs hosting the Brewers in the opener of a big three-game series. Lou Piniella hoping he could celebrate his 64th birthday by adding on to the Cubs division lead. Happy birthday, Lou. Rich Hill off to a great start in the first inning. He strikes out Ricky Weeks looking. Didn't pull the trigger on that one. And then Hill freezes Corey Hart again. Couldn't make the swing. Finally, the southpaw blows away Prince Fielder with some high gas. Hill strikes out the side of the first. He whiffed 5 in the opening 2 innings. And Alfonso Soriano back in the leadoff spot after missing 3 weeks because of that quad muscle injury. Fortunately, Jeff Suppan gets Soriano to ground routinely to short. Cubs go down meekly in order in the first inning. Top 3 now, Milwaukee with runners at the corners. Hart skies one down the right field lines. Cliff Floyd will come over and make the catch near the foul line, but it's deep enough to score J.J. Hardy, and Milwaukee strikes first blood. They grab a 1-0 lead. Bottom of the third now, the Cubs get 2 men on with nobody out. Rich Hill called on to sacrifice, but he can't get the bunt down, so he goes down on strikes. Next up, it's Soriano. Pretty good wood on this one. Drives it to right, but Hart will make the catch. Jock Jones tags up, advances to third, but the Cubs are not able to get him in. That's because Terrio swings at a pitch out of the zone. He grounds out the fielder to end the inning. An opportunity missed for the home team. Top 4, Brewers with a man on and 1 out. Bill Hall, ground ball up the middle. Mark DeRosa, nice backhand stab. Starts a 4-6-3 inning-ending double play. But Milwaukee returns the favor in the bottom half. Weeks goes up the middle to Rob Aramis Ramirez with his second hit of the night. Suppan and the Brewers are just cruising along. So top of the 5th, Milwaukee with a man on third base, 2 outs, and Rich Hill plunks Weeks on an 0-2 pitch that would come back to haunt him. Because the very next batter, Hart, loops a 2-2 offering, and that's going to fall in no man's land. Bad luck for Hill and the Cubs there. Hardy and Weeks score. Milwaukee is up 3-0. Bottom of the 5th, Hill gets a run back with the bat there. He sends a pitch to left center for a base hit. Jason Kendall comes in to score. Cubs are on the board. It's now a 3-1 game. Bottom of the 6th, the Cubs squander another scoring chance. Ramirez scalds one to third. It's a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. Cubs not having much luck at all against Suppan. But in the bottom of the 7th, the Cubs finally get something going. Suppan drills Floyd to lead off the inning. and Ned Yost decides to go to his bullpen. He calls for Scott Linebrink. That turned out to be a bad decision. After a DeRosa single, it's Jones. He comes up with a huge hit, lacing one to right center field. That splits the gap, goes all the way to the wall. Floyd and DeRosa will score, and the Cubs are even. They tie the game at 3 runs apiece. Later in the inning, it's runners at the corners with 2 outs, and Ryan Theriot bounces one back to the mound. Linebrink jumps up, but it goes off his glove. Everyone's safe on the air. Jones scores, and the Cubs take their first lead of the night, 4-3. That brings up D. Lee. He singles through the left side, and the pinch runner, Felix Pie, will score easily. Cubs with a 4-run 7th inning, and they have a 2-run lead at 5-3. To the top of the 8th, Bob Howery engaged in quite a battle with Gabe Gross. 2 men on. The 12th pitch of the at-bat. Howery jams Gross, and he pops out to end the inning. Cubs maintain that 2-run advantage. Top of the 9th, Ryan Dempster retires the side in order, striking out Jeff Jenkins to end it with a flourish. Dempster converts his 10th straight save. They're playing Go Cubs Go. They beat the Brewers in the series opener 5-3. Thanks to that huge 7th inning, Cubs get the showdown series off to a great start. Rich Hill earns his 8th victory, with Howery and Dempster closing things down in the last 2 innings. Here's the birthday boy, Lou Piniella, on getting a very satisfying home field win.
It's an important series, and you win the first game, you get yourself in good position. I'll tell you what, Hill pitched well. Milwaukee's got a nice lineup, and what did he go, 7 innings, didn't he? And he got himself a win. It's good to see.
It's a lot of fun to be a part of this. What's going on right now with us? It's exciting. I don't know how else to put it. You know, we're all. The great thing is that all 25 guys in there are pulling for each other, and it's fun.
Time to check on the Red Hot Cardinals playing on the road in Houston. Top of the first, St. Louis already with 2 men on, 2 outs. Chris Duncan steps in, and he gives that Woody Williams pitch a ride. That's Duncan's 21st home run of the season. 3-0 Cardinals. Of course, Woody Williams used to pitch for St. Louis. Now 4-zip in the 4th. Braden Looper on the mound getting some defensive help. Nice grab by Albert Pujols to start the 3-6-3 double play. Also makes a scoop on the other end for the out. And a 3-hit night for young Rick Ankiel. In the 6th inning, Ankiel puts one down the first baseline. Aaron Miles comes in to score. Ankiel with a double, and the Cardinals win this one easily, 7-0 over the hapless Astros. And here's a look at the standings, the up-to-the-minute version. The Cardinals now leapfrogging the Brewers. They move into 2nd place, just 2 games behind the first-place Cubs. Milwaukee now is under 500 for the season. They are in 3rd place, 2.5 games behind the Cubs. And a reminder, we will have Game 2 for you tomorrow night starting at 6:30. Pat and I will be live at Wrigley Field. We'll bring you the complete Sports Night show from the ball yard. And then Len and Bob have the call at 7 o'clock. Immediately after the game, you can get Dan Plesac's expert analysis, plus Lou Piniella's news conference on Cubs post-game live. That's all tomorrow night, right here on Comcast Sportsnet. And we've got lots more Cubs post-game coverage for you coming up. Luke Stuckmeyer will have reaction from the home clubhouse. We'll also hear from the visiting Brewers, so stay with us.
Now to the Bears, and Lance Briggs finally broke his silence with the media today. A boycott that started after he agreed to end his bitter contract dispute with the Bears. But Lance got vocal today as he described what happened yesterday morning when he crashed his Lamborghini on the Edens. Briggs explained what happened following that wreck, including his initial attempts to cover it up. William Jackson has that story.
I just want to take this moment right now to just really say sorry to my teammates, because it's unfair for them to have to go through all of this and be questioned, for something they had nothing to do with. And also my coaches and my family.
That was Briggs' response just a day after he wrecked his $350,000 Lamborghini on the Edens Expressway. He spoke to the media for the first time this year after practice on Tuesday and gave his account of how the accident occurred.
When it happened, the first thing I did was obviously I panicked. I didn't want there to be a big scene there, and so I left the scene. When I left, I called the tow truck. I also was startled, and I called and I called and reported my car stolen. And probably within probably 10 minutes, I called back and I took the responsibility for what I did, because it was ridiculous in the first place, So that's my situation. That's my situation. That's what happened. I lost control of my car, and you know, but to all the fans and the people of Chicago who are concerned, you know, I am okay.
Lance wanted to come out here. That was his plan all along. He didn't talk to you yesterday because he left. I let him go to take care of that. After he got that taken care of, he met you all the way. Well, I guess this is the first time he's actually talked to you this year, but Lance isn't a guy that's trying to run from anything.
Now, it has been rumored that Briggs was seen at 2 Chicago nightclubs the night of the accident. Here's what Lovey had to say about that speculation.
And I deal on facts right now. Hearsay, I don't go on a lot of that. The facts haven't come out to me that way.
And at the end of the day, this accident could have easily had a tragic outcome, something Briggs realizes all too well.
It did change me, absolutely. I'm very lucky to have made it out the way that I did. You know, very lucky, and you know, appreciate every day. You know, my first thing I did when I got back here is hug every one of my teammates and tell them that I love them. You know, because you never know what's going to happen.
And Hollis Hall with the Bears, William Jackson, Comcast Sportsnet.
William, thank you. According to the Associated Press, Illinois State Police have no record of Briggs reporting a stolen vehicle. They say Briggs placed a 911 call around 4 a.m. after initially saying he did not call police until sometime between 8 a.m. and 9. Master Sergeant Luis Gutierrez said Briggs gave, quote, no indication of his car being stolen. Meanwhile, updating the Bears on the field, Charles Tillman, Israel Donajay, and rookie Kevin Payne missed practice today with various injuries. They may not play in Thursday's preseason finale. However, the news much better for defensive tackle Tommy Harris, with the team being extra cautious with his surgically repaired hamstring, keeping him out of the first 3 games. Lovey says Harris is expected to make his debut against the Browns Thursday.
Everyone will play. As far as how much, not a lot. Normally, you know, probably a quarter at the most is what we normally do with our players. Getting back to Tommy Harris should play. He's ready to go. So we should have everybody that unless I mention them being injured, should be ready to go, and I assume that they'll all play.
And still to come on the show, our special report. Luke Stuckmeyer spends a day in the minor leagues with Hall of Famer Ryne Sandberg. And you might be a little bit surprised by what Luke found out.
I think I'm much more mature. I think I know more about the game than maybe I did as a player, and I have those things to share with these players.
Plus, we'll head back to Wrigley Field for more post-game reaction to the Cubs' exciting comeback victory in Game 1 against the Brewers.
Land Rover Sports Night is brought to you by your local Land Rover dealers. The adventure begins at your Illinois Land Rover retailer today.
The Range Rover for 2007, designed for the extraordinary. Visit your local Land Rover Center.
The best damn sports show, period. Come on in and be our guest for Sports Television's nightly party. The best damn sports show, period. Weeknights on Comcast Sportsnet.
I'm Ryne Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryne Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope.
What makes my wife Margaret and me emotional is seeing kids in hospitals. That's why we helped start Rhino Kid Care.
The first time I saw a child smile on the hospital bed, I knew I wanted to help.
When the worst fears of parents come true, Rhino Kid Care works to help a whole family live through the crisis. Join the cause.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the second annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The second annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
It's our chance to advance sales event at Arlington Acura and Palatine. 2.9 APR for 36 months, 4.9 APR for 60 months on every new Acura, including the TSX, MDX, and the TL.
Bob Rohrman.
You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Arlington Acura and Palatine, 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Oh, and root for the Brewers.
Oh, you know, Bob, it's not nice to mess with Harry's song. Great thing is old Uke had to sit in the Cubs broadcast booth and watch his beloved Brewers choke away a 3-1 lead in the bottom of the 7th. Let's hear what Milwaukee manager Ned Yost had to say about yet another late inning collapse.
Our goal coming in here, you know, our goal is to try to win a series. And if we can get in there and sweep, you know, a series, that's great. So we still, you know, have a chance to do what we set out to do and come in here and win a series. I thought we played a good game today, one rough inning, and but you know, be back at it again tomorrow.
Now to the White Sox, and I'll be honest, I'm envious of the local sports guys here in Chicago who don't have to come up with a 20 to 25 second lead-in on the Southsiders every night. At 57 and 74, what more can we say? I'm out. I got nothing tonight. I'm pulling a G in Greco. Sox open up a 9-game road trip in Arlington.
Let's go to the highlights.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Roll the tape. Game 1 of a 3-game set in steamy Texas. He gets paid a little bit more, though, from what I hear. Top of first, one out for Paul Konerko. He takes Case and Gabbard deep to right and gone. A 2-run job, his 27th on the year. Sox up 2-zip. Top of third, same score. Jim Thome. He loves the sausage patty. Solo home run. That's career homer number 494. You could have saw that on Comcast Sportsnet Plus tonight, CLTV in most areas. Sox up 3. Gavin Floyd starting a game for the first time since August 11th. Bottom 4, Gerald Laird gets a hold of 1. That's a 2-run homer. That ties the game at 3. Floyd only issued 3 runs over 6 innings. We go to the 8th. Still deadlock. Marlon Byrd sends one up the gut. Michael Young races around from second to score. That puts the Rangers on top, and they hold on for the 4-3 victory.
Well, no Sammy Sosa?
No Sammy, didn't play tonight.
All right. Well, coming up next, from the long bus trips to staying in economy motels, Luke Stockmeyer spends a day in the minor leagues with Peoria Cubs skipper Ryne Sandberg. We've got that coming up.
Actually, Sammy did pitch hit. I just saw that. He was 0 for 1. Got in there late. We move on, though. Time for the Land Rover Big Question. Tonight's query. How many players wore the number 23 for the Cubs before Ryne Sandberg? We'll have the answer after this.
Are your kids dreaming of playing in the big leagues? Your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers are giving them a chance. Chevy's Diamond Dreams. Simply log on to ChevyDriveChicago.com, print out an entry form, and bring it to your local Chevy dealer now. Your kid could play for Ozzie or Lou at U.S. Cellular Field or Wrigley Field. Enter by September 8th for a chance to make their Diamond Dreams come true now.
That was a nice catch, kid.
Honey, hey, listen, I'm out here with the guys, and they're really pushing me hard to come back and play another season in New York. What do you think?
Are you kidding?
Just say no. Just say the word no, and I'll stay retired. Just say no, and, you know, I won't do it. Okay, great then. Guys, I'm back. She's so happy, she's speechless.
The network you can trust. AT&T. Buy any phone and get a...
Dude, we're at a beer. Go on a beer run. Let's go, man. Come on. Wait, are you all right to drive? Dude, I'm fine. Okay, I'm just a little buzzed. Let's go. Shotgun. We need to get a keg. At least one. Hey, watch out for that kid. Oh!
Okay, you're ready to go with speeds up to 10 megabits per second.
I have MediaCom online in 10 meg.
You can download videos in seconds.
I can download videos in seconds!
And that's really, really fast.
And that's really, really...
Can I say 6 times faster than DSL? Not a problem.
Cool.
Drop that slow DSL and discover the power of Mediacom Online with VIP speeds of up to 10 megabits per second. Just $19.95 a month for 12 months. Call 1-800-CABLE-TV today.
J.D. Power Automotive Ratings. Everybody wants them. We've got them in our new interactive video buying guides, now at vehix.com.
Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend.
I believe it is because I had so much respect for the game and respect for getting the most out of my ability that I stand here today. I hope others in the future will know this feeling for the same reason. Respect for the game of baseball. When we all played it, it was mandatory.
Well, Ryne Sandberg's emotional speech at the Hall of Fame caught a lot of baseball fans by surprise because rarely had the quiet Cubs All-Star spoken with so much passion. And then came another surprise last fall. Rhino told the Cubs he wanted to be considered for their managerial opening.
Yeah, and the Cubs told Rhino he needed experience, so he jumped at the chance to embark on a new career. Luke Stuckmeyer takes us to the cornfields where Sandberg is making his field of dreams come true.
On the field, we present tonight's third base coach, Chiefs manager, and Hall of Famer, Ryne Sandberg.
He's one of the best ever to play the game.
Rhino did it again.
And now Ryne Sandberg is back where it all started, in the minors, and stressing the fundamentals to the next generation.
One out now, one out. Going on contact. Freeze on line drive. All right? Let's go, Russ.
You different than the guy that walked out to second base every day at Wrigley Field? Do you feel different?
I don't know. I'm the same guy. I think I played baseball as a player my way and the way that I needed to do it. I was younger, obviously, younger aged. Now this is, you know, I'm approaching 50 years old, 47 years old, and I think I'm much more mature. I think I know more about the game than maybe I did as a player, and I have those things to share with these players. So now I have a different role, and I like the role.
Here we go, right after him now. Let's get on the board first.
That role is manager of the Cubs' Single-A affiliate. And just like his playing days, Ryne Sandberg is focused on details and execution.
Oh, wait, Russ.
A little too soon?
No, not really. He just reacted. But, you know, the way he went at you, if he would have gone right away, he would have made it. He would, yeah.
I get here right away and figure out the lineup that I want to go with that day. And I like to get that posted early so that the players, when they get there, they know what's happening and they can kind of get their game faces on and get ready and know who's going to be starting the lineup.
We're ready to go. Let's have a good one. All right, guys. All right.
Rhino's average day starts around 1 o'clock. And by the afternoon, he's the one hitting infield practice to his Peoria Chiefs. And he's also the one throwing batting practice to players that are probably young enough to be his own kids.
That's it's not quite as easy as people might think. And, you know, I have a pretty accurate arm. Didn't make an error in, I think, 7 seasons with the Cubs, but to throw the ball in there to the different hitters and worried about not hitting them, things like that, you have to get over that hump, and it took me about a month to do that in spring training.
The Midwest towns that he visits might not sound like the perfect place for a former big league star. But when the gates open for a game, it takes less than 2 minutes for the line to get 50 deep, waiting for Rhino's autograph.
Oh, they're packed with Cubs fans. That's the first thing I noticed is they meet us at the motel, not the hotel, the motel. They meet us at the motel, and we've had a lot of fans come out to see the Chiefs this year at home and on the road, and a lot of Cub fans in these towns, and it's pretty neat.
And then there are the bus rides. No more charter flights like his days in the big leagues. Ryne Sandberg now rides the bus from town to town, just like everybody else.
This is the usual right here.
That's pretty comfy.
Yeah.
That's one. This is the other one.
So it's life on the road, and food along the way is, well, let's just say limited. There's no Harry Carey's in Clinton, Iowa.
Where does Ryan Sandberg say, hey, let's pull off and get something to eat? Where's the hot spot?
McDonald's or Wendy's, Burger King, hot spots. That's usually pressure from the back of the bus. But if we really want to step it up a notch, we go to Applebee's, and then we get some really good, top-notch food.
Rhino is now the teacher, but he's doing his share of learning too. For instance, if a 9-time Gold Glove winner wants his batting cage moved, he does it himself. And when it comes to fashion on the field, there's a new way to wear socks.
We're about 2 weeks into the season, and I brought out the old stirrups that I used to wear with the blue line and the white. And they said, wow, that's retro, that's old school right there. I said, old school? I wore that in the 90s. But here, these kids are younger, so I called up Chicago right away, and I asked them to send out 25 pair. So I had them send those socks to Dayton. So I went in the locker room, I brought this box out. I said, hey, the box got here. And they said, well, what box? And I opened it up, and here's these socks. We're throwing them out. We went out and took 3 out of 4 from Dayton, and they thought that was the coolest thing, wearing those type of socks.
So in Peoria, you can still see number 23 at the friendly confines. And he's still surrounded by that ivy. But make no mistake, this may not be the Ryan Sandberg you thought you knew.
You played, 2,100 some games, Major League Baseball. How many times were you kicked out?
Somebody told me 2, but I didn't really remember that or realize that. But I was told 2 times.
1 half season in minor league baseball. How many times you been kicked out?
4 times, but only suspended once.
That's right. This usually calm, cool, and collected Hall of Famer has lost it more than once. The first time was against the Fort Wayne Wizards, and Rhino will never forget it.
It's almost like being a parent at a Little League game. That you just can't, you have nothing to do. There's nothing you can do to help your kid out there. But when you're in uniform, like I am over here, and I got these 25 guys on a team and 9 guys out here playing, and something doesn't go our way, something just clicked with me to go out there and do something about it and stick up for the player.
Sandberg's minor league story takes an interesting turn at where else but second base. Would you believe that Rhino is now managing Rhino? That's right, Peoria's second baseman, Ryan Malone, was named after his parents' favorite player.
And I asked, who's that? Well, that's Ryan Malone. I said, oh, another Ryan. Well, no, he's Ryan Malone. It was spelled the same way as you. I said, oh, you're kidding me. So the first thing I did was introduce myself to him, and of course he was, I think he was fairly excited. And then I had to ask him what year he was born, and he said 1985. So I said, oh, well, that says everything right there, right after the '84 season. So he's pretty neat.
My story that I've told a couple times now is that I was in the womb in '84, driving back and forth from Clinton to Wrigley, and so that's how I got started in the Cubs baseball, and that's where that all comes from. When we pass by each other in the clubhouse, it's Rhino.
Hey, boy, Rhino.
Sandberg describes these young players on his team as sponges, ready to soak up information.
2 outs, ball in the dirt.
And when number 23 talks, these players listen.
When you check the outfielders, you would know that that's in the gap.
I mean, it was just an unbelievable opportunity. I knew that having him out here, he's a Hall of Famer, and he's got a lot of things to teach us, and I was really excited to learn new things from him throughout the year.
Go ahead. Stay up. Right here.
I think right from day one, I let them know that I was the manager.
How did you do that?
Well, I told them that.
His goal is to get back to the big leagues, and his dream would be managing the Cubs someday. But for now, Ryan Sandberg has absolutely no complaints.
Having a blast. Good time. I look forward to every day as a new day. I look forward to coming to the ballpark. I strive all afternoon and all leading up to the game for a W, and for us to go out there and high-five and shake hands in the middle of the diamond. That's the best part of it.
In Peoria, Luke Stuckmeyer, Comcast Sportsnet.
Great stuff, Luke and Rhino. Before the break, we asked you the Land Rover big question. How many players wore the number 23 for the Cubs before Ryan? Well, the answer is 5. Last player to wear number 23 before Rhino, Jim Tracy, manager of the Pirates. We do this every night at 10 o'clock.
And coming up next, more reaction from Wrigley Field where the Cubs offense got things going in the 7th inning, and Ryan Dempster closed it out as the Cubs take Game 1.
Sports Night on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by U.S. Cellular. We connect with you.
Looking for the perfect way to stay in touch?
U.S. Cellular can help you keep in touch no matter where you are. With national plans that include unlimited call me minutes, 7 p.m. nights and weekends, and free incoming text messages. Plus, get a free Samsung SEH U520 with MP3 player and Bluetooth technology when you buy one for just $29.95.
At U.S. Cellular, we'll make sure you get everything you need and nothing you don't. U.S. Cellular is wireless where you matter most.
U.S. Cellular connects with you.
What are you waiting for?
Bottom line model year-end sales event on all Nissans, including Altimas.
Bob Royman. Arlington Nissan in Buffalo Grove. 1 mile east of Route 53 on Dundee Road. He who hesitates.
The bottom line sales event, 0.9 APR plus $500 to $5,000 in rebates from Nissan.
Bob Royman. Arlington Nissan in Buffalo Grove. 1 mile east of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
What's the difference between having fun and having none? The Midas Touch Maintenance Package. We'll change your oil, rotate your tires, and do a 45-point courtesy check, all for just $29.95. It's our lowest price of the year. Let Midas help you get the most from your car. For brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Be safe.
Trust the Midas Touch.
You never know who's going to drop by on Chicago Tribune Live.
My goal is to have single-digit interceptions and 30 touchdowns.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet.
Ben Gordon rebounded. Gordon's down on the move. He looks.
Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Swing and a miss. Cubs win.
Yeah, Ryan Dempster struck out Jeff Jenkins to end it. Cubs rally from down 3-0 to beat Milwaukee 5-3. A 4-run 7th inning was the difference. Cubs now lead the division by 2 games over St. Louis. The Brewers drop into 3rd place, 2.5 games back. And with more on tonight's series opener, we go live to Wrigley Field and bring in our man on the scene, Luke Stuckmeyer. Luke, we just enjoyed your piece on Ryan Sandberg. The folks at home are wondering, how do you get from Peoria to Wrigley Field in 2 minutes?
I jumped on Alfonso Soriano's jet, and I got back here to Wrigley Field. Guys, it's so hot and muggy out here at Wrigley Field, but it actually felt like late fall. We had a playoff atmosphere here at the ballpark. And this game, believe it or not, changed in the 7th inning. After Bob Uecker saying, "Take me out to the ball game," the Brewers announcer was booed all across Wrigley Field. Then the Cubs fans started their own rendition on their own, cheered him right out of the stands, and the Cubs players heard it all.
I was like, why is the crowd just singing the anthem? And then someone told me. So I missed it, but our bench didn't miss it. But they're into it, you know. They understand the importance of the series, and they were excited. There was a lot of energy out there today.
Sometimes people don't realize, like, when the fans are going like they're going, and you feed off that. You really do, and that's what home field advantage is. And you know, we got the greatest fans, and it's great to go out there and win for them.
Good crowd here. I mean, they're into the game, and they know their baseball. Let's hope that we can treat them to memorable games here all September.
Cubs starter Rich Hill said the fans were amazing tonight. As for the return of Alfonso Soriano, well, 0 for 4, but after the game he told me this game is exactly what he needed.
It's very important, you know, the first game because I'm a little nervous, my first game, so I was worried about my leg, but I'm very happy, you know, that I'm finished the game and I feel good.
So the Cubs win, and the huge game is set up for tomorrow. You have Carlos Zambrano going for his 15th win of the season. If that wasn't big enough, the Brewers are going to counter with Ben Sheets off the disabled list, so it's ace against ace tomorrow at Wrigley Field. Live from Wrigley, Luke Stuckmeyer, Comcast Sportsnet. Guys, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Luke, should be a great game tomorrow. We look forward to your post-game reports on the Midnight Show.
See you later.
Stay with us. We'll be right back with our play of the day.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, you can get more than just some sun. Get more horsepower than any import under 18 grand, and still get 33 on the highway. Get more horsepower and better highway fuel economy than Scion TC. And with every 2007 Pontiac, you get more coverage than anyone in America.
During the Pontiac Summer Sell-Down, get into a 2007 G6 sedan starting at $16,895. Hurry, inventory limited. For more information, visit PontiacDrive.com.
Hey everyone, Len Casper and Bob Brenly here.
How would you like to hit the links with us this summer?
Presenting the second annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes. You and a guest could win a round of golf with us at Cantini Golf in Wheaton.
To enter, log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form.
The second annual Swingin' Away with Len and Bob sweepstakes presented by the Chicago District Golf Association for everyone who plays the game.
They're the teams you live for, the players you cheer for, and the events that make you stop everything. Whatever side you're on, whatever captures your interest most, there's one common bond that unites us all. We all share a passion for Chicago sports. That's why fans like you need a television home devoted solely to you. The games, the news, the analysis, and everything else you desire. It's all right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Sit, watch.
Last week, if you just got the scores, you didn't get the whole picture.
It's nice. You know, it's a beautiful stadium. It's a great place to play, and I'm sure when we get cranking, it's going to be pretty loud. The fans are pretty amazing.
We got to start scoring more runs, and that's really the bottom line. Can't expect our pitching to go out there and give up one or two every time we play.
Sharing a record that's still something special that might not have happened for me or somebody else in a long time, so I'm real happy with it.
Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Poker Tour, Sunday at 9 on Comcast Sportsnet. Chicago Tribune Live, weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Play of the day, brought to you by Lexus, pursuing perfection.
We go back to the party at Wrigley with the Cubs down 2 in the 7th. Jock Jones, the almost Marlin, goes shopping at the gap. 2 runs scored to tie the game at 3. Jock does it again. Cubs win 5-3. They lead the Cardinals now, who are in second place by 2 games. The Brewers are now third, 2.5 games back, setting the stage for tomorrow.
Couldn't ask for more than a battle of aces. Big Z going for the Cubs against Ben Sheets for the Brew Crew. Complete Cubs coverage here on Comcast Sportsnet. Pat and I going back to Wrigley Field. We may have to go every night if the Cubs keep winning.
I'm going to stay there and drink the old style and cheer them on.
We will be there for the 6:30 Sports Night along with Luke and Gail and Carrie. Then we'll have the game at 7 and Cubs post-game live. That's going to do it from here for Pat and the crew. Thanks for watching Land Rover Sports Night.
Be sure to join Gail Fisher right back here at midnight for the freshest installment of Sports Night. Go Cubs! We'll see you tomorrow night.
I'm Ryan Sandberg, asking you to help cheer up kids in hospitals.
When children suffer from serious medical conditions, Rhino Kid Care, supported by Ryan Sandberg and National City, helps them and their families cope. Join the cause.
Tomorrow, it's a rivalry matchup you don't want to miss as Derek Lee and the Cubs square off with the Brewers in high def, followed by Cubs post-game live. Cubs Brewers tomorrow night at 7 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
What's your reason for calling Empire today for your new windows? Quality brand name products?
Our triple-pane windows feature self-cleaning glass and a lifetime limited glass breakage warranty. Immediate installation? You can trust Empire Today for a professional installation in just 2 weeks. On a budget? Save with warehouse direct prices, plus no payments till 2009. So get new windows for all the right reasons. Call Empire today.
800-588-2300 Empire.
Today.
Your wait is over. It's our model year-end clearance at Schaumburg Honda Automobiles.
Mr. Opportunity is here with low financing, like 2.9 APR, or drive a new Accord LX for only $199 a month.
Bob Royman. You owe it to yourself. Illinois' #1 volume Honda dealer is Bob Royman Schaumburg Honda Automobiles, just 8 blocks west of Woodfield Mall on Gulf Road.
Guess they're thinking about Arby's new toasted subs. Whether it's the French dip and Swiss, the classic Italian, turkey bacon club, or the Philly beef, Arby's subs are toasted to perfection and served hot. They're so delicious, they'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's. Get your toasted subs at the drive-thru.
Here's Heinrich to steal. Heinrich runs in and the layup's good.
It's Tuesday, August 28th, and you're invited to television's greatest late-night party. It's the world's greatest late-night sports show, the best damn sports show, period. With Rodney Peete, Rob Dibble, John Sally, Carissa Thompson, and Chris Rose. Tonight, Chiefs Pro Bowl running back Larry Johnson, Team USA head coach Mike Krzyzewski, plus college football analyst Petros Papadakis. And Amanda Beard heads to Austin for the Red Bull Flute Jog and hangs out with some of Best Damn's biggest fans.
We love the Best Damn Sports Show, period!
Ladies and gentlemen, the world's greatest late-night sports show, the Best Damn Sports Show, period, is just getting started.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Best Damn Sports Show, period. Thanks very much for joining us tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Listen, guys, big news. Yes. Somebody here is, as the Jeffersons used to say, moving on up. No. Stop turning, Rodney.
Oh.
What? Yeah, you got a new gig on Fox Sports West.
Yeah,
which
Fox Sports West.
Doing
Pac-10 games, predominantly USC games.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm doing the pre- and post-game on the field.
Hold on, can we get some applause? Can we get some applause for that?
Give me some applause.
No, but, and Chris is doing play-by-play. It's
Suit
just
and
like
tie,
me and Sal are the guys that we don't get any promotion. Let's go hunting. No, that's worse than dogfighting.
That is true. That is true. So, Rodney, congratulations on that. That's
Thank
good.
you.
We'll be
Thank
watching.
you.
That means you got to wear a suit
and tie. Yeah, suit and tie.
No more casual looks.
So do you, though, during the football?
No, you can still just go waist out. You know,
No.
I'll be lucky if I'm wearing pants.
Do you know who your partner's going to be?
For the first game, it'll be Terry Donahue. Yes.
Very nice.
Yeah, so it'll be a lot of fun doing the Cardinals Seahawks, but enough about me. More about the show.
Such a homer, though.
I know.
Yeah. You can't do this on the air, can you?
It's a hard gig to turn down. You get to do USC games. Okay.
And your team's ranked #1 preseason.
Wire to wire, baby. That's how we're doing
like
it.
8 running backs. Boy, your team sucks.
The only question is we don't know about the receiver situation, so we got to replace 2 great guys.
Listen to him. He's already breaking it down. Enough. Let's talk about something else in your sport. We got a really fun show coming your way later this week. It's this one.
In 2 days, it's a show for the ultimate football fan. Touchdown! As Best Damn presents the 50 greatest touchdowns of all time, from college heroics. He did it! He did it! To Super Bowl glory.
Touchdown!
You'll see amazing displays of athleticism, the most fantastic of finishes, and everything in between.
I do not believe it!
The drive towards #1 begins Thursday night. Don't miss it.
I love that one. That's going to be fun. The Tony Nathan, Duriel Harris pitch. Remember
It
that?
is.
Yeah,
Torrey Holt reaching back and catching. It's going to be a lot of
yeah,
games.
there's some good ones. All right, our show basically only survives because so many people say ridiculous things in the sports world.
No.
Yes.
No.
And so it's time for a compilation of those. It's another edition of Say What?
Oh, no, don't go there.
Say what?
What'd you say?
That is the most ghetto, not ghetto. That's the most suburban sound I've ever heard. No, that's the full man's ghetto right there. That's. Oh, no, you
okay,
didn't.
how should it sound?
It should.
What's happening and
I'm good.
How should it sound?
I don't know. You know, it's fine for me.
Strangely sound like some Asian cats doing that. This is...
Oh, boy. Here we go. Listen, everybody seems to have an opinion on Michael Vick, right? Everybody in the sports world and beyond. Falcons Pro Bowler, he pleaded guilty to federal dogfighting conspiracy charges Monday. He's going to be sentenced December 10th. Now, how much does race and celebrity play a role? Is the judicial system picking on Michael Vick? Well, here's what, yes, Jamie Foxx had to say. I don't know why I asked him, but he asked him. He said it's a cultural thing, I think. Most brothers didn't know that, you know. I see dogs fighting in the neighborhood all the time. I didn't know that was Fed time. Federal penitentiary time, so pay attention. So Mike probably just didn't read his handbook on what not to do as a black star.
Now, I'm going to say, I said the same thing and I remember I was in Vegas, and somebody that works around us said, I don't think you were right by saying it's part of our culture, because she being black, saying I don't go home on the weekend and fight dogs. And I said, do you go home and write rap records? She said, no, but that's part of our culture too. And I've said that where Michael was from, they never thought that was wrong. I'm telling you, there's things that go on in the South and that they just take.
Yeah, but it's not white and black. That's
it's not white and black, but what he's telling them.
There's a lot of white people that are fighting dogs.
But that's the point.
But exactly where it started, though.
But the culture,
it started in the
Southern
white
culture.
No, it started in the white Southern culture.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
just
say
like
that it's part of the culture.
Racing,
Yeah.
just like
I mean, all that stuff started there.
So what is the culture that he's talking about?
He's talking about that culture of, you know what, he's in there and he's in West Virginia, but when he gets out of that West Virginia being in the backwoods, with Virginia being back there where they would do that kind of thing, he's now on a different stage, and he has to understand his position. And he said as a black star.
Okay, is that asking too much of people?
Well, to change your life? No.
Absolutely not.
No.
You've been given a gift to go do what you do.
All right.
And you're getting paid very well to do what you do.
130 mil.
Absolutely. Not saying that you have to change everything, but some things have to change.
Okay.
I got a question.
Last point here, Sal.
Otherwise, you can't take the money.
If you like to play dice with your boys.
Yeah.
Right? And then all of a sudden you're playing dice with your boys and the cops come in and bust that dice game. Is that the same thing?
Yeah, but at the end of the dice game, you're not electrocuting the dice.
As a dog? as killing dogs?
No, but I'm just...
hell no.
Okay, I know Wade Dibb said, I'm just saying what he did was
if I go
doing
over
the same...
65, I'm speeding, but that doesn't make the same thing as killing dogs.
I'm talking about what you do with your boys growing up and what you do with your boys when you become a pro.
Yeah, but at some point you got to change
We're
your
going to have
lifestyle.
our dice expert, J.R. Ryder, in next week. Okay, you'll be good. All right, here's a story that'll make all of us say what? Say what? Current Bronco and former Titan running back Travis Henry reportedly has 9 children by 9 different women in 4 different states. Talk about almost getting a triple-double.
Wow.
He's been ordered by various judges to pay child support for 7 of the kids, and he's reportedly had to borrow money from the Titans just to do that a few years ago. Now, here's what Henry's lawyer says. I know these are a lot of kids, and there might be some questions about it, but he's a really committed father.
He is.
The attorney for one of the ladies who